Okay, good evening everyone, and welcome to another gift only readings with myself, Lady Moonlight, and of course my little friend here in the corner. You might just be able to see him. There he is, little Rio. Good to be back doing lives. Hello, Bluebell. Let me just adjust this camera so that you can get me all in the photo. We might not get Rio. Let's see if I can just wheel Rio a little bit so that you can, there he is, so that we can get Rio in the picture. Because Rio just loves to be on the lives. Hello, Bluebell. As always, Bluebell is going on the list, but I know she likes to be kind of kept to the end of the list. Hello, Lisa Ann. Lisa Ann, you are the first one on tonight's list. Welcome in. Hello, Mrs. Diane. Hello. Let's put Miss Diane on tonight's list as well. So Miss Diane, you are on the list with Lisa after Lisa Ann. Hello everyone. So it is good to be back after my week's break. Although yesterday was my first day back on subscribers. But it is good to be back doing lives. Now, from next week, we are starting the new schedule, so I won't be live on a Tuesday from next week because I will be doing some essential oils training so that I can get certified as an essential oils subscriber. So new things coming for me as well. You're never too old to learn new skills and new things. So as from next week, I will not be live on Tuesdays. Instead, my days off that I won't be doing lives will be a Tuesday and a Sunday from next week. So I'm just letting everyone know that. Oh, you're more than welcome. So tonight is gift only readings, folks. If you are a subscriber, as always, subscribers get their one card free. If you're a non-subscriber, then it's a corgi gift tonight to get added on to the readings list for tonight. Please hold comments when I'm in the middle of doing a reading. Sometimes when I'm reading for someone and I'm waiting for them to respond to their readings, if there's a lot of chat going on in between the readings, it means I have to scroll past all of the comments to get to the person that I'm reading for. That can hold up the readings list for those that are waiting for a reading. So please respect those that are getting a reading during the reading time. Obviously, we welcome chat in between the readings. It's just when I'm doing the actual reading or when I'm reading the actual card for people, it's easier for me to be able to search for that person's reply, or that person may have questions that they want to ask regarding the card that I've picked for them. So if I have to scroll up 20 or 30 messages, it keeps them waiting. It keeps the people that's on the readings list waiting as well. So I wanted to just point that out as well. Where possible, please type in capital letters. I am registered blind, and if I don't see your comment, it's not because I'm ignoring you. I would never ignore anyone. It's just that I don't see your comment. Also, when I'm reading, please bear in mind, I don't read the comments when I'm reading. So if somebody comes in and says hello and they feel that I'm ignoring them, I'm not ignoring them. I can't see the comments unless I look really, really close. So I just wanted to put that forward to everyone. So hopefully that makes sense. Alrighty. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Alrighty. So the ones I've got so far is Lisa Ann and Miss Diane. Unless I've missed anyone that's just come in. For those that are just coming in, it is corgi gift only readings tonight. So to get on the readings list, it is a corgi gift for a 1 card reading. Unless you're a subscriber, subscribers, as always, will get a free 1 card reading every time I go live. Thank you for the rainbows, Bluebell. Okay, and feel free to tap the screen, because every time you tap the screen, those little likes at the top go up, and it helps TikTok to get my video out there so that I can offer more people readings. From yesterday, my TikTok live readings will also now be posted on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel. So if you do get a reading on any of my lives, and you want to look back at that reading for any reason whatsoever, please allow 24 hours for me to upload the videos onto YouTube, because it takes TikTok roughly 4 to 6 hours before I can download them from TikTok and then upload them onto my YouTube channel. But from today, they will all be on my YouTube channel. For those that joined me about a week or two ago for the spiritual night, where we were talking about crystals and dowsing and lots of other things, that is now on my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel for anyone to actually go back and re-watch that video. So you'll find all of my social media links, including my Facebook, my YouTube, my TikToks, my Twitter, Instagram, etc. They are all over on my bio here on TikTok. There's a little web address or website. Click on that website, takes you straight to my website. Have a wee browse while you're there, but there is a page that has all of my social media links, so you know where to find Lady Moonlight. Hello everyone. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the 2 that we've already got on the list. For those that are just joining, it is a corgi gift to get a reading tonight, unless you're a subscriber. Subscribers, as always, get their 1 card free every time I go live. So, Bluebell, are we still just Lisa Ann and Miss Diane? Thank you, Bluebell. Okay, Lisa Ann, the 3 cards that I've got today, you can pick any card from any of these decks. So tonight's cards are 1 card readings. There used to be 2, but it took a long time because I do take my time over the reading. So every card is a 1 card reading, but you do get a full reading sort of for that 1 card. Lisa Ann, we have got animal cards, moon cards, or we have Old Faithful, any one of these cards. So Old Faithful, Moon and Animal cards are the 3 cards you can choose from tonight. Moon for Lisa Ann. Let's shuffle the moon cards for Lisa Ann. Alrighty. Lovely to be back. I have missed doing readings for everyone, so it is really, really nice to get back. But it was nice to having that week away from social media and just to be able to chill with my fiance and our parrots, etc. But yeah, sometimes we just need a break. Alrighty. Especially if you're anything like me, I've got such a busy schedule. A lot of people think it's easier to have an at-home business, running your own business from home. It's time-consuming because you're always posting different content. I'm always checking up on stock on the hippie shop and the other shop that I have, the Filterless Era, as well as doing my readings, etc. So my days are pretty packed. And then, of course, I do the private readings as well. You'll find all the types of readings that I do on my website, which is on my bio. All right, let's do Lisa Ann's moon card. Lovely to see everyone. Thank you for the follows. Alrighty. All my readings tonight are card readings. All right. So, Lisa Ann, your hard work is paying off, is today's moon card for you. And it's a new moon in Capricorn. Sometimes when we work towards our dreams and our goals, or even projects that we want to manifest, things that we want to manifest, we sometimes feel we're getting nowhere fast. Or it's almost like it's one step forward and two steps back, and we're never really making much progress. But sometimes we don't see the progress that we are making. This is where keeping lists and journals, keeping diaries is invaluable, especially for when you're working towards something. Because we don't always see very small, minute changes happening. We just think we're staying in the same lane, we're not going very far, we're just travelling 2 steps down the road and then we don't get any further. But what we don't realise is we're actually moving further than we realise. But if you're doing the same sort of goal setting every day, day in and day out, you don't see those subtle changes. You just see that everything is pretty much running the same. However, when you're working towards dreams and goals, as most of us do, we're always and forever, if we're focused on our dreams and goals, moving forward, even if it doesn't feel like that. And often, especially if you're in a place of work, you might be feeling, I want that promotion. I want to be noticed in my work for the job that I do. And you might not feel that anybody is paying attention. But one thing I know through past experience myself, working full time, especially for managers, etc. Managers won't put a little sign up saying, I am watching how you progress in work. I am watching how you are doing your work, right? They don't advertise that. Far from it. They're actually watching from a distance, and they're usually silent watchers. So even though you think, do you know what? I put in an 8-hour day for an 8-hour pay. I go over and above the call of duty to sort of make sure that I'm doing my work plus extra, and I'm not getting noticed. I'm not getting credit for the work that I do. But in reality, when you least expect it, that's when the managers do tend to come out and say, do you know what, I've been watching you for a while, and I've decided that you've gone above and beyond the call of duty, and I'm going to offer you a promotion, etc. So just because there doesn't seem to be any movement in your dreams or your goal setting doesn't mean to say that it's not happening. It can be happening, but it's not always obvious to us. If somebody was, I was just having a conversation with Bluebell earlier on today, and I was saying, you know, this time last year, I just not long started on TikTok. And I have to admit, after being on Facebook for many years with very, very slow progress, because Facebook is very slow progress, unless you're offering Facebook an obscene amount of money for advertising, you're not going to get very far on Facebook. So, of course, being new to TikTok and setting my dreams and goals on TikTok, I was pretty much setting my dreams and goals for the same pace as I would on Instagram or on Facebook. Not really realizing that TikTok was a much faster pace depending on your content, etc., etc. So if somebody had said to me this time last year, Lady Moonlight, keep going because in a year's time you're going to have 10.4k followers, I would have said, no, that's not me. Because I think for the years that I've been on Instagram, I would maybe get like 300 followers. That was it. And Facebook, maybe 500-600 followers if I was lucky. So my expectations were pretty low when I started on TikTok. So I was expecting to do things a lot slower, etc. But suddenly things went into, one thing led to another. I started doing card of the day readings, etc., etc. And then everything took off at a horrendous speed. And a year on, I'm 10.4k. And I know that there are a lot of bigger creators than that on TikTok, but for me to get to 10.4k, that was just unheard of. And I have all of you wonderful people to thank for that, for the support that you've gave me over the last year or so. Which goes to show that even with a blind lady like me, to come onto TikTok and offer her readings, offer her knowledge, offer her advice, etc., to get to 10.4k, that was mind-blowing for me. And this is what this card is all about. It's, you know, don't be afraid to set your aspirations higher than what you may already be doing. If it's in your heart and soul to do something, or if it's a calling that you need to do something, then this card is saying keep going, keep pushing through. Because even though you don't feel that your hard work is getting noticed, or it's not paying off in dividends in some way or another, there are powers that be behind the scenes, i.e. the universe is working behind the scenes to get you to where you need to be, because the universe knows exactly what we're supposed to be doing, when we're supposed to be doing it, and how we're going to get there, even if we don't. That's the beauty and that's the magic of the universe. So never give up on your dreams, even if it feels that you're getting nowhere, is the message of this card, because you will get to where you're wanting to go. You just have to stick with it. Sometimes in life, sadly, when people are at the point where they want to give up, and they give up, that's exactly the point where they should have been kept pushing, because at the time that they wanted to give up, that's the time that opportunities start flooding through the door. I've seen it happen so many times, not just to me, but to other people. We give up way too soon, especially people that are trying to start their own business. A lot of people that start their own business or start a new job think, all right, 6 months, a year's time, I'm going to reach to the top, I'm going to get promotion, right? So they set their goals a little bit too high, if that makes sense. But in reality, for example, if it was starting your own business, be prepared for the long haul regarding your business. Most new businesses will not take off at a high speed until they have been showing up day in and day out for at least 2 to 3 years. And you might think, oh gosh, that's a long time to be building my dreams or to be building my business. Well, yes, it is. But if you look at, there's a case of if you don't show up, people are not going to come in, right? It's like two shops being side by side. One shopkeeper opens hers and she's there 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, or sometimes Monday to Saturday. And she has one day off. The other one, she has a little dream of opening a similar shop next door. Some days she can be bothered getting out of her bed, other days she can't. It's like, it's a Saturday. I want to go to the pictures, I want to go to the movies. I'm not going to bother opening the shop. And you might think, well, it's my shop, I can do whatever I want, right? But then when you look at you as a consumer or as a customer, from the Monday to the Friday or whatever, the shop that doesn't care whether they open or not, right? People are going into that shop and they're saying, I like these goods, but I'm not off till Saturday, so I'll go in on Saturday. Only to find that she couldn't be bothered coming in on Saturday because she's away to the movies or whatever else. So that customer finds that they went all the way to town to go into the shop on the Saturday, only to find the shop closed. But next door's open, and next door's got a similar supply of things that she wanted. So the consistent one that stays open 9 to 5, Monday right through to Saturday, has just gained somebody else's customer because that somebody else could not be bothered to put in the work, to be dedicated, to stick into what they wanted to do. This is where the card is saying your hard work is paying off. You might not see it, you might not feel it is, but it is, because you don't know, who's watching and when they are watching. Also, people are really difficult to trust nowadays, right? So many people get left disappointed by people. They put their trust in somebody only to find that somebody is not who they claimed to be. So they've wasted all of their time getting to trust this one person only to find that this person isn't as trustworthy as they thought that person was. So then they disappear, never to be seen again. So people, even on social media, people are always watching. I do it myself. If I'm flicking through TikTok and I'm wanting to look for other readers to sort of sit and watch and support other readers. If I go to one reader's page and they are always posting every day and they're going live once or twice, 3 times a week, and I'm going in and watching their lives, I might not support, I might not even subscribe straight away. I will just sit patiently watching to see how long this person's going to be around. Because I don't want to be paying my subscription only to find that this person is here this week and gone for a month and then comes back another month later. And when you realize that this is how most people that scroll through social media are like, then you realize I'm here for the long haul. I'm going to be here and I'm going to show up day in and day out. Because when I show up and day in and day out, people know and trust that I can be here day in and day out if they need a reading, etc. So they are more liable to come to somebody that is always there. You know, maybe the odd time they're not there because they take on holidays, but they accept that. People do take holidays. I took a week off, etc. But at least I let my followers know that. But on the whole, this is the world we live in. People will not notice you straight away, right? They're always watching though. They may not say anything. They might just silently sitting watching and not saying anything. So if you're working towards a dream or a goal, your own business, a new job, a new hobby, etc., and you feel it's going slow, the universe is saying keep at it, because people are noticing. They might not be speaking. They might not be showing support. They might not even be, you might not even be aware that they are watching, but somebody is always and ever watching, if that makes sense. Hello, Action. I am fine, thank you. Yeah, or we do, and yeah, exactly. Hello, Lucy. So let me just skip up a few comments. Alrighty. Lovely to see so many people. Lisa, I'm so glad it makes sense to you. Whatever project, whatever goals you are setting, now's not the time to give up. Keep going. Even myself, there are times when I think, is it really worth my while coming on and doing readings? And you know, like somebody just commented there in the comments, we do. We put so much time and effort helping other people. And we think, well, we're not getting appreciated or whatever else. And don't get me wrong, some people you do give every hour of every day. You try and help people, and then somewhere along the line they betray you, or they stab you in the back, or whatever. I call those ones energy users. But once I locate an energy user, I usually keep my distance from them, and I support the ones that genuinely do need help and support. Good thing about being an empath and a starseed, as well as a traditional witch, I can usually tell the genuine from the not so genuine. One of the gifts that the universe has kindly gifted me is I'm a really good people reader. So I see things that other people don't see. But I'm so glad, Lisa Ann, that made sense for you. Okay, for those that want a reading tonight, it is gift only readings, folks. To get on the readings list, it's a corgi gift. If you're a subscriber, readings are free for subscribers. You're more than welcome, Lisa. Alrighty. I've noticed a few people putting questions up as well. I used to do questions and answers, but TikTok can be funny with questions and answers, etc., etc. So I only do the card readings now at night, because we usually we're waiting for ages for somebody to ask a question. And they were typing in the question, but for whatever reason, TikTok were blocking the question. And it held a lot of the readings out. So just to help those that are on the readings list, I don't do the questions and answers. However, I know that there are quite a few readers on TikTok that do the questions and answers for those that are just looking for a general question and answer. Oh, we have a corgi. Thank you, Betty Boo, for the corgi. Let's put Betty Boo on the readings list. So Betty Boo, you are after Miss Diane. So I'm just checking with Bluebell. I've got Miss Diane next and Betty Boo. Is there anyone that I have forgotten or not noticed while I was doing the readings? Thank you, Bluebell. Oh, and Lucy, thank you. And Lucy Lou as well. All right. So let's do Miss Diane. Then we've got Betty Boo. And then we've got Lucy. So Miss Diane, you can choose from Animal, Moon card, or Old Faithful. Which card would you like? Thank you. No problem, Lucy. Old Faithful for Miss Diane. Let's do the Old Faithful. Thank you for the teddy bear. That is so cute. Thank you, Shell, for the bear. The bear is so cute. Thank you so much. Alrighty. Oh my goodness, Shell, thank you. Bluebell, can we please put Shell on the readings list? She is kindly gifted those little 2 or 3 little teddy bears. And there's for some reason I am drawn to Shell. So Shell, please don't go anywhere. For some reason Spirit have gifted you a card. It does happen from time to time that somebody sticks out that needs a card, and I feel that Shell is one of them. So I'm just going to put Shell on the readings list. So Shell, you are after Lucy. Thank you, Bluebell. You're more than welcome. Now, sometimes in between doing card readings, if Spirit do have a message, I will just shout out the message. Doesn't happen all the time, but if I do get names or messages, etc. in between the cards, I will shout out those messages. But for tonight, it is gift-only readings. It is a corgi gift to get a 1-card reading, folks, unless you're a subscriber. Subscribers will get a free reading every time I go live, just for being a subscriber. Also, subscribers have their own live night, which is every Monday, is subscriber-only readings. So if you're a subscriber, you also get free readings on a Monday. Alrighty. And subscribers get half price full booked readings as well. If they ever want to book a reading, they get their readings for half the price of the stated readings on my website. Alrighty. So let's shuffle these cards. So these ones are Old Faithful for Miss Diane. Miss Diane, you've got the High Priestess. The high priestess is known for as a spiritual advisor. It's kind of like going to a crone witch for advice or help. So when we're on a spiritual journey, sometimes we have spiritual guides that are helping us behind the scenes and we don't always notice that. And usually if we've got the high priestess watching over us, which when she turns up on anyone's reading, the high priestess always reminds me that we are all spiritual beings. Every single one of us is more than capable of connecting with spirit, connecting with our spirit guides, our loved ones in spirit, etc. But it's having the knowledge and the know-how to do that, and also learning to stay away from the negative and work with love, light, truth and integrity. But more importantly, self-love is the key. If you cannot look in the mirror every day and say, do you know what, I am amazing just the way I am. Other people's opinions about me don't matter. As long as I'm happy with my path, as long as I'm happy with my life and what I'm doing and the things that make me happy, other people's judgments about that don't really matter, especially if it's negative judgments. And believe you me, even as a spiritual reader, I have my own fair share of enemies out there. My block list is massive. It grows probably longer than any other list that I've got. But that's because I don't allow other people's negative comments or negative judgments of me to actually penetrate. I acknowledge them, I let them go, and I heal from them and I walk away. Because when you work with love and light, you don't do negativity, because negativity takes you from up here to down to the matrix that we know as Earth. So when the High Priestess comes into your card, she's letting you know you are indeed a very spiritual being. And you may be longing to find out, you know within you that there is more to this earth than meets the eye, right? There's more out there in the universe, in spirit realms and everything that we could ever find on this earth. When we tend to live in the matrix, we think that earth is the be all and end all, and it's not. There is spirit realms, there is universal realms, there are planets, there are universal realms and planes out there. The universe is vast, right? We're just a blip in all of that, and there are many dimensions. We kind of live in the second or the third dimension. When you get to the fifth and the seventh dimensions, then you see things totally different. And it's when you get to the fifth dimension, you're awake. You're out of the matrix, you're wide awake. You can see truth from illusion. But it's a long process to get from the matrix, where we are trained or mind controlled by those in the power of be, to see only what's illusion, right? You just need to look at the governments of today, right? Prime ministers, etc., presidents, those in power, all right? They don't want you to be better or higher or more knowledgeable than them, right? So they lay down the law. You just need to look at COVID to hear where I'm coming from, all right? They made COVID to be this huge monster that was annihilating the population of this planet. What they didn't tell you was that most of the people that perished through COVID, most of them had everyday illnesses, but they were yellow carded as COVID. So people that would genuinely, go into hospital for influenza or the flu. Now, before COVID came along, millions and trillions of people died every year of the flu, and nobody batted an eyelid, especially if it was the elderly, right? The elderly were more at risk, their immune system was pretty low, etc., etc. So if somebody that was younger had flu and somebody that was older had flu, the survival rate for flu in a young person would be higher than that of an elderly person. So during the COVID, a lot of people ended their days with flu, but it was put down on yellow cards that they perished with COVID. Now you might think, well, why would they do that? The reason they wanted to do that was so that they could vaccinate the mass amount of people on the planet. Right? Some may even suggest that it was a human cull on behalf of the governments because population worldwide was just getting out of control. You just need to look at China and Japan, where just to limit the population, it was against the law to have more than one child. Imagine that on a mass scale then. But when we're working at the matrix level, we don't see beyond that illusion. This is an illusion. Most of life that we know here on earth is an illusion, right? And it's an illusion cast by those in power. But when you're working at a higher vibration, i.e. the high priestess vibration, or archangels, or starseeds, etc. You're working at a fifth dimension, right? So we see over and above the illusion here on earth, and we see the difference between truth and lies, right? Fact and illusion. And it takes a lot of meditation, grounding, staying focused, a lot of you time. I do a lot of meditation. My days, or a fraction of my day, is spent meditating to clear my chakras. As a Reiki master, I do Reiki healing on myself every single day, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. I wouldn't be able to do my work if I didn't, because if my chakras are blocked, communication is blocked, and I wouldn't be able to do readings for people. I wouldn't be doing Reiki healing for people if my channels were blocked. But when you're in the fifth dimension, you already knew that anyway. When you look at children, how many parents out there have children and they watch their children when they're young? Every child has an imaginary friend, right? They're always talking to somebody that's not there. And we always put it down to, got an overactive imagination. That's just their imaginary friend. Right? My mother used to say that about me. Oh, she's just talking to her imaginary friend. But when we are born, our chakras are wide open. We are able to instantly, even as a small baby, even as a small child, we are tapping into the fifth dimension without even realizing it. So we're able to see spirit. We're able to see loved ones. We're able to see archangels. We're able to see all these spiritual universal beings quite naturally. And therefore, as children, we will automatically talk to them. If they're talking to us, we will talk to them. But when we get older and we start getting sucked into the matrix, especially if, like me, you had a mum that as you get older, suddenly if you're still talking to these imaginary people when you are older, then you must be weird, or, you know, what will the Joneses think? If my daughter's sitting talking to somebody that's not there, they'll be thinking that she's crazy or weird. So as I got older, my mother used to say, you know, dear, if you're talking to your imaginary friends, do so when there's nobody else around. Well, after all, we wouldn't like to think, you know, we wouldn't like our guests or our neighbours to think that I have a do-welly child, would we now, right? This is what is called getting drawn into the matrix, right? What is expected from us on an earth plane level, right? If you're lucky enough to have a parent, like I was a parent to my children and grandchildren, who never got out of that talking to spirit. And they accepted that this is what it was. Then when we become parents, and especially when I became a parent and a grandmother, if my children or my grandchildren were talking to spirit, I wouldn't say, oh, don't speak to spirit, well, we've got visitors, in case people think that you are crazy. I had enough of that when I was younger. And I certainly wasn't going to be dragging my own children into the matrix by saying to them there is no such thing as imaginary friends or spirits or whatever. So maybe you have been judged at some point, Diane, by others because you believe, you know that there's something more powerful than us here on earth. But yet you keep a lot of it in because fear of judgment. Right? We can all be fear of judge. You know, I wish I could count how many times I have been called a weirdo by somebody in life. And you usually find that a lot of starseeds, a lot of witches like myself, don't really have any real life friends. Their friends come and go. And when we usually find that we are solitary witches or solitary people that just help whoever comes along, and then we move on to the next person to help, etc. And you might think, well, is that not kind of like a lonely life? No, it's a calling. There's a difference, right? So I've spent all my life being a solitary person, even though I had a brother and a sister growing up. To them, I was just the weird sister, right? That nobody really understood. The only one that understood me was me until I met my soulmate 9 years ago. And thank goodness he understood me because he's also a male witch, etc. But the High Priestess is reminding you also, Diane, that to remember that even those that judge you for your beliefs or how you see the world, not everybody has the ability to see the beauty in the world like you do. And that's okay. Not everybody is meant to. So the High Priestess is letting you know, never be afraid to speak your truth. And if your truth does not resonate with those around you, or people judge you because of what you feel or what you see or what you know for you is truth and reality, it doesn't matter. That's for them to come to terms with it. The important thing to remember here is not everybody will be for Miss Diane. And Miss Diane may not be for everyone. And that's okay. We will find our vibe tribe when the time is right. Not everybody fits into my vibe. They find their own vibe and their own tribe, and that's okay. But there are the odd few that will fit into your vibe, and they will support you no matter what you do. So remember also, in life, people will judge you if you do, and there'll be others that will judge you if you don't. So the message here is, do you every time. It doesn't matter what other people's opinions or judgments of you are. If it feels right for you to do, stay in your lane, because you know where you're going. Other people might not know your destination or where you're going, but you know where you're going. I'm so glad that resonates with you, Miss Diane. Alrighty. So that is, I love when the High Priestess comes out like that, because we worry about what people think, what people say, because we're different, because we think different, because we dress different, because we act different. We may look different, right? I have the most strangest eyes on this planet, right? But I'm a starseed. I'm not supposed to be like everybody else. That's okay. I accept. I'm here for a purpose, and that's to help mankind and animal kind where and when I can. I don't need anybody's permission to do that. I don't need anybody's judgments or anybody's opinions or negative opinions even. If they have negative opinions, or people don't like my readings, or they don't like the way I send Reiki healing, or they don't like the advice I give, there are about probably 1,000 other readers on TikTok, and that's okay. I'm good with that. Will it stop me from coming on and doing my work as a reader and a healer? Absolutely not. It's my calling to help other people where I can. So I give up my own time every evening to come and help others, with or without other people's judgments. It doesn't really matter. And that's what we should all do. We should follow our own dreams, our own goals, have our own beliefs, right? And never ever shove your beliefs down somebody else's throat. Starseeds and witches and pagans have always believed that we would be a far better world if we coexisted. What do I mean by coexist, right? If whatever belief system you had, so Jewish, Muslim, pagan, Christian, whatever belief system that you, Hamish, whatever belief system you have, could you imagine a beautiful world that we would have if everyone says, it's okay because you're different from me. I'm not going to judge you either way. I respect your beliefs if you respect mine. And it is possible to create a world where we realize it doesn't matter what belief systems we follow, right? It doesn't matter what colour of skin we are. It doesn't matter what size or shape or anything that we are, right? It doesn't matter if we are born with 2 arms and 2 legs, or we're born with 1 arm and no legs, or whatever, right? At the end of the day, guess what? We're all human, right? No matter what colour our skin, if we cut ourselves, we all bleed red blood. That means that no one is better or worse than anybody else on this planet. And when we realise that, and we realise that it's okay to have different beliefs from somebody else, Does that mean that we have to hate somebody or dislike somebody because they think differently from us? Absolutely not. It is possible in a fifth dimension spiritual world to get on with everybody by coexisting, by living side by side without actually saying your beliefs are wrong, my beliefs are right, or my beliefs are right and yours are wrong. Does it really matter in the whole scheme of things? It's not what we believe, it's how we act towards each other. Surely that is more important than whether we should believe or not believe in a certain way or a certain path. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Sunshine Fire. Yeah, I just decided, you know what, I'm back. And I thought, you know what, let's add a little bit of starshine to my live. So, yeah, I brought the sparkles. All right, let's put Dr. Sunshine Fire on tonight's list. Have I missed anyone else out, Bluebell? I've got Betty Boo next, Lucy, Shell, and Dr. Sunshine Fire. Oh, we've got Rachel as well. Lotus and Light and Rachel. Thank you. So let's put Lotus and Light and Rachel. Now, I'm just going to go over this list with Bluebell because she keeps my readings list right. Betty Boo, Lucy, Shell, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, and Rachel. Now, if any one of these names that's on the list has to leave a little bit early, I know that my one card readings can be quite long, but if you're in a hurry, please let myself or Bluebell know because we can shuffle the list around a little bit and try and get everybody fitted in that's already on the list. Oh, Miss Diane, you're more than welcome. And hello, Rachel. Oh, we have Erica as well. So let's put Erica on the list. Erica, if you can't stay long, let Bluebell know because we can fit you in because I know Erica can't always stay for long. But if you want a reading and we want to swap things around. All right, our next reading is Betty Boo. Betty Boo, you can choose Animal, Moon card, or Old Faithful. All right. All right, is that the shell we put on the list? Shell, if you can't stay long, that's fine. What we'll do, I know Lucy's not in a hurry, so we'll put Shell and then Lucy. All right, no problem. All right, I got the wrong shell. Sorry, it's shell with oh, Spirit's just turned my light off. Shell, Shell. Sorry about that. This is where the small print is really difficult sometimes with me, so sometimes I see Shell written a different way. But thank you, Bluebell, for confirming that one. So it's Shell with Shell. All right, so we'll do Betty Boo, then we'll do Shell, Shell, Lucy, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, Rachel and Erica. Oh, Erica, no problem. Right, moon card for Betty Boo. Let's do moon card. All right, well, let's do, because Erica can't stay long, let me just rearrange this a little bit. So I'm going to do moon card for Betty Boo. Let me put these here. So Betty Boo. Then we'll do Erica. Then we'll do Shell. And then Lucy. Dr. Sunshine Fire. Lotus and Light. Rachel. There we go. We've got everybody organised. So Betty Boo, Erica, Shell, Lucy, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light and Rachel. We are all sorted. Hello, Sean. Let's put Sean on the list as well. So Sean, you're after Rachel. All right, let's do the moon cards for Betty Boo. And thank you, Betty Boo, for being patient and for gifting the corgi for a reading tonight. Let's shuffle these moon cards. My readings do tend to get really busy. Thank you, everyone, for the gifts. Alrighty. So let's shuffle these moon cards. Thank you for the taps, the likes, the shares and the comments, everyone. They are all very much appreciated. Absolutely adore all my followers on TikTok. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. Alrighty. Let's shuffle these cards. Alrighty. Now for those that are just joining as well, if you go to my bio here on TikTok and you click on my website, you'll see all my social media links, including YouTube. From today, all of my live readings will be recorded and saved onto my YouTube channel, so that if you do have a reading tonight, I usually say wait 24 hours by the time I get it downloaded from TikTok and uploaded onto YouTube. But every live that I do on TikTok will now be posted onto my Lady Moonlight YouTube channel for those that want to look back on any of their readings. Alrighty. So, Betty Boo, balance spiritually and practically is the moon's message. And it's the full moon in Pisces. I love that because we're only days away, 6 days away, or 6.5 days away from the next full moon. The full moon is a time when we plan for what we want in the future. So if we're going to manifest our dreams and our goals, we do so on a full moon. On the new moon, we release all the things that we no longer need in life. So I release all the negative thoughts, all the negative things that have happened in my life. They get written down and I burn them and I cast them to the wind on a new moon. That makes way for new beginnings, heading towards the full moon. So between the new moon and the full moon, that's my time when I do my goal setting, my manifestations. And that's the time when I want to make sure that every single day I'm connecting to Source, that I am balancing myself both spiritually and practically. We should all aim to, as spiritual beings, we should all aim to do that. So what does it mean spiritually and practically? Spiritually means using, treating our bodies almost like a temple, right? We wouldn't go into a church or a mosque or a cathedral or whatever with mucky feet and sit with mucky overalls and really just mess up the whole church, right? We would keep everything sparkling clean, etc., etc. We wouldn't talk throughout the church, etc., right? We would respect the congregation and the priest or the minister that was giving the sermon, right? So many people will, Christians will go to church on a Sunday, right? That's them balancing themselves spiritually, right? So they feel better when they've gone to church, etc., etc. As a witch and a pagan, I don't go to church on a Sunday, but I will connect to spirit on a day-to-day basis. My church is wherever I am and wherever I connect to spirit. Usually in nature, I love walking the woods or sitting under a tree and just connecting with nature. That's my church. So when I'm in that space and I'm able to meditate and just to connect to spirit, to the trees, to the wind, to the earth, to the universe, etc., I'm working spiritually, right? I'm balancing myself spiritually. But what about the practical side, right? The practical side of it is I also have to make sure that I'm eating as best I can healthily. Because if I'm putting rubbish in, I'm blocking all the chakras. I also have to do a heck of a lot of work on my mindset. Is my mindset positive? More so than negative? Or is my mindset negative and very little positive? It's easy to get drawn into the negative thinking because we live in a negative world. You just need to put on the news every day and you listen to the news and you can go from up here to down there in about 5 minutes flat. Right, you could be in a good mood until you watch an hour full of news or politics, and suddenly that good mood starts to spiral very quickly to ground zero because we're consuming so much negative. So we then tend to, without even realising it, be brainwashed into thinking negative. So we allow the negative in and we dismiss a lot of the positivity. But looking at it this way, if we can be brainwashed in the matrix to acknowledge negativity, I can't do this, I'm not good at this, I must be a bad mom, I must be a bad worker, I'm not beautiful, I'm not worthy of success, I'm not worthy of abundance, right? This is what the matrix trains us to think, right? That we are less than those in power. That's actually an illusion, and it's actually an untruth. So if the matrix can brainwash us into thinking that way, then Surely we can take a step back from the matrix and brainwash ourselves, reverse the ways, and it is possible. I lived 50 years. In 30 years of that was in an abusive, narcissistic relationship or marriage. 20 years before that was bullying because of my disability as a young girl with visual impairments. So I had nothing to be positive about for the first 50 years of my life. And I was slowly getting sucked into the matrix. And as a spiritual being, that was detrimental to my mental and emotional state. As a starseed and a witch, I was used to working at a high vibration, and to be dragged down to a lower vibration. If I could not find a way to reverse all of that negativity, then I wouldn't be here today doing the work that I do. So how do we go from balancing ourselves practically and spiritually? Spiritually, meditation, absolutely. Grounding ourselves, taking ourselves away from the negativity. I've not watched a news program in 9 years. Do I miss it? Absolutely not. Do I miss watching politics? Absolutely not. I couldn't tell you what was happening in the political world outside of my spiritual world. I don't want to know. I don't want to be dragged into that matrix. I've had 50 years of it. So I made a conscious decision. The news doesn't interest me, so I'll turn it off. I will learn from what I see around me, from what I sense around me, from the environment and people around me. And I'll make my own judgments accordingly. And I'll live my life that way. My rules, my way, not some man-made rules. And in doing so, I meditate every single day. I ground every single day. To get from 50 years of brainwashed negativity, what I had to do was I had to keep loads and loads of little notes, journals, books, etc. And what I started to do was every time that something negative came to my mind, I had an ex who we both worked full time at the time before I lost my sight, and we had a joint bank account, right, which should have meant that the money I earned was mine and the money that he earned was his, and we could share the difference between us. But when you're in a narcissistic, controlling marriage, everything that was in that joint bank account, including my wages that I worked long hours for, belonged to him. So I had to ask his permission to buy clothes. I had to ask his permission for pretty much everything, to go out with a friend or, whatever, right? Because he isolated me from my family and a lot of my friends. He chose my friends. So his friends were my friends, but they were all narcissistic, control freaks, etc. So I was kind of isolated kind of thing from the main world. And, when you're young and you're in a marriage and you've got kids, etc., etc., your husband is your world, and you just accept that, he owned everything. Again, it's been in that matrix illusion. And it wasn't until I reached the depth of despair that I met my current soulmate, and he gave me the courage to leave the marriage behind. And it took many, many years before I could change my mindset for simple things like going into a clothes shop and telling myself I could buy a dress without having to ask my fiance's permission. My fiance was not in the slightest bit interested in a joint bank account. His philosophy was, you've got your money, I've got mine. If you want to go and buy something, go buy it. If you don't. It's okay. And if you've not got enough money for something and I've got too much money for something, I will buy you it. And vice versa, I would sometimes treat my fiancé to things. But that was a long process. I left my narcissistic relationship in a hurry. I just grabbed what I could and I ran, because the night before I left my ex, he almost took my life. Drugged my coffee, and I was subject to a horrific attack. Managed to survive that, God knows how. And when you survive that, you just grab what you can and you run. And I moved out, and when I got to my fiance's house at the time, or my now fiance, he was just a partner at the time, and we looked in the carrier bag and he said, you're not going to get far with that. You got like 2 t-shirts, a pair of stockings and a pair of shoes, maybe a skirt. You're not going to get very far with that. You're going to have to go clothes shopping. Suddenly the post-traumatic stress started to kick in. And I'm thinking, shopping, I'm not allowed shopping. Not allowed to get that dress. I was still in this mindset that even though I had my own money now, etc. So we went shopping and he said, pick 7 outfits to start off with. So in my head, pick 7 outfits, go and try them on in the dressing room. You're only allowed 1. So I came out with the 7 outfits and I put the favourite one in the trolley, and I started to proceed to hang up my other 6. And my partner turned around and said, what are you doing? Did those not fit? And I said, yeah, they fitted. He says, well, why are you putting them back on the rack? And I could hear myself saying, because I'm only allowed 1. And it took years of going shopping to realise that I could have more than 1. If I wanted to buy 2 outfits, I could buy 2 outfits. But I used to have to write things in diaries and notepads. I am allowed more than 1 item, and that's okay. So I had what I could do journal. I also had a positivity journal, etc., etc. And I also had a thoughts journal. And every time I had a negative thought, I wrote it down in my journal and I scored it out. And I told myself, I'm going to cancel, clear, delete that, and I'm going to replace it with a positive. So what I started doing, when I heard myself saying, I can't do this, I wrote, I can't do this in my thoughts journal and scored it out. Cancel, clear, delete that. I can and I will do this. I'm not good enough. Score it out. Cancel, clear, delete that. I am more than good enough. So suddenly I was not only getting back to myself spiritually by meditating now to do all the things that I couldn't do before, I was now having to do things practically to fit in to that spiritual side of it as well, because you can't have one without the other, right? You can do all the meditation under the sun, all the grounding under the sun, but if you're thinking negative all the time, you're not working practically, and for all of you're basically just throwing all that meditation to the wind, because without doing the practical work as well, and it's darn hard, especially when we live in a negative world, to remember that we can change a negative thought to a positive. Our minds are really, really more powerful than we give it credit for. So if we can allow negative to come in and positive to stay out, we can reverse that. and we can allow positive thoughts to come in and any negatives to come out. So it took years and years for me to get to where I am now. And even today, sometimes I get up and there's a negative thought tries to creep in, and I just swat it out the way, cancel, clear, delete that, and I'll change it to a positive. So if you've had a negative past, for example, Betty Boo, chances are you're kind of partly trained to think on the negative. You might even tell yourself from time to time, I must be unlucky because everything that could go wrong does go wrong. And that's because when we put negative out, the universe gives us it back. But if we put positive out, we will get that back. And luck has nothing to do with it. A lot of people will say, well, I'm unlucky because nothing ever works out for me. I never get extra money. I never get that dream job. I never. But when you listen to yourself, I'm never lucky. I never get that dream job. I never get my dreams and goals. I never reach success. I never achieve anything. There's that negative word never in absolutely every one of those sentences. Never, or I can't, are all negative. So what if we replace that? What if we started to listen to our thoughts, and when our thoughts are saying, I will never be lucky, and we can say, let's write that down in my book, I will never be lucky. Let's score it out, cancel, clear, delete that. I am lucky. Anything that I want in life, I can and will achieve. Any goals that I set myself, I can and I will beat those goals. When you start believing in you can rather than you can't, then the world is your oyster. There is nothing that you cannot achieve. The truth of it is, the universe is abundant. It has everything that we ever need to fulfill our life on earth. And if we believe that, and we trust that, and we tell ourselves, this is what's in my heart, this is what I feel I need to do, and I will do it, then the universe works hand in hand with that. But also, gratitude goes a long way as well. If we tell ourselves, I'm grateful for waking up this morning, because many people didn't. I'm grateful for my health. There are so many people out there that are sick. I'm grateful that I'm a mom and a grandmother. So many women out there can't have children. And when the universe sees that we are grateful for the things that we already have, then it's more likely to give us the things that we don't expect, but yet we deserve. So I hope that has meaning for you, Betty Boo. And that's exactly why you got this card, because people were telling you you're not good enough. And it's a bit like myself. When other people are trying to influence you by telling you you're not good enough, you're not worthy, you're not worthy of love, you know, you're all of these negatives. And yes, you do believe it. If something is said to you time and time again, your human brain automatically thinks, well, it must be true. If they're saying it, it must be true. So then you start believing that it's true. Whereas if you remember, we have got a mind of our own, and the highest vibration we can work with is love. And as long as you can look in the mirror every day and tell yourself, do you know what? The universe made me just the way that I am. Right? The universe made me either complete or with the disability, or doesn't matter whether we have no disability, whether we have a disability or not. At the end of the day, we're all human. At the end of the day, the universe made us that way for a reason. Same with the things that we go through in life. A lot of people will often say, oh my gosh, you must have had a horrific life, 50 years of bullying and abuse. I don't see it that way. And a lot of people think it's strange when I say that, but I really, truly, hand on heart, don't see it that way. What I see is, because I went through bullying and abuse and control, that taught me a lesson. It taught me the type of person I don't want to be. And it also taught me the type of person I don't need in my life anymore. So when I got away from that 30-year marriage, I made a conscious decision that I was not ever going to be in a relationship where I didn't have a mind of my own or a say of my own. I went from being trapped and gaslighted into being free spirit. I went against every man-made rule that you can think of. And I followed my own rules, my own paths, my own beliefs and my own ways. And I didn't give a tuppence what other people thought or how other people judged me. And I was lucky enough in the relationship that I am in just now that my fiancé is also free-spirited. So he allows me to be the person that I want to be, and I allow him the freedom to be who he wants to be. And we love and respect each other even more for that. But never ever, the best advice I can give you is, rather than hate the people or dislike the people that made you think negative or controlled you in some sort of way, controlled your way of thinking, think of it this way. Ask yourself, these people that told me I wasn't good enough, what did they teach me? They taught me that I'm more than good enough. They taught me the type of person I don't want to be. I don't want ever to be somebody that goes up to somebody else and say, do you know what, you're not good enough. Do you know what, you're not pretty enough. Do you know what, you'll never succeed. Do you know what, I'm better than you. I don't want to be that person, because I've been on the receiving end of that. So all the bullying and the abuse that I went through in 50 years, I was able to say in my head, even though I was away from them all, do you know what, thank you for that lesson. Thank you for that life lesson. I know what it feels like to be abused and to be bullied and to be controlled. I know the type of person I never ever want to be because of that. So thank you for that lesson. And because you've taught me that lesson, I'm going to forgive you for all the wrongs that you've done me. Because at the end of the day, I'm not responsible for your actions. You're responsible for your actions. I'm only responsible for my words and my thoughts and my actions. And as long as I keep my thoughts, my words, my actions positive towards myself and other people, then I know that I'm going to get that back tenfold in life. Just as I know that the people that bullied and abused and betrayed me in life, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next week, but someone will come along in their lives and abuse and control them. And they will see the errors of their way. And then and only then will they learn the lesson. I don't want ever to be that person again, because now I get it. Now I know what I put my ex-wife through, or now I know what I put that girl that I bullied in school through, because now I'm going through it myself. And I always say, other people's opinions, other people's judgments of you, they don't matter. It's what you feel about you. And it's changing your mindset so that you're balancing yourself both spiritually and practically. In my Facebook group, which is the Hippie Gypsy Moon Witch Facebook group, yesterday I started a new day-to-day series. And in that series, I'll be talking about daily affirmations. I share my daily affirmations here on TikTok as well, but they're more in depth on my Facebook group. And the reason I do that is if I'm sharing positive with other people, then I'm leading the way, right? And people can choose to either go with the positivity path or stay where they are in their negative lane. It doesn't really matter to me whether somebody watches my TikToks or whether somebody reads my advice or what. Just because somebody's not going to read my advice or listen to my card readings or whatever doesn't mean say I'm going to stop doing them. Because out of that 50 years of being put down, being told that I'm less than who I really am, and getting out of that and relearning everything basically from scratch, and retraining my mind to be more positive than negative. I now am leading the most positive, beautiful lifestyle that I can. But I'm also in a better position to help other women who are being abused. I have helped so many abused women, so many disabled women who, because of their disablement, were told that they are not good enough. They will never be able to achieve anything. Well, here I am registered blind, and I'm able to do TikTok lives. I've got amazing moderators that remind people to type in capital letters. And if I can't read something, my moderators will read it for me. So I have a lot of wonderful, supportive people around me. That means that there's nothing on this planet that I cannot do just because I haven't got the sight or the vision to do it. And every day I tell myself the same thing. I can and I will do this. And I share my story time and time and time and time again, because maybe my story could be somebody else's survival guide. Just as your story, Betty Boo, can be somebody else's survival guide. So use your story, your experiences. Share your story. Share your experiences with the world. Because you never know who you're sharing that story to. That story that you're sharing could help somebody else that is going through control or abuse or gaslighting or bullying. And that's why, at one point somebody would tell me, don't tell your story. Nobody cares about your past. Nobody cares that you went through bullying or that you went through abuse. They're not here to listen to that. They're here to listen to readings. I disagree. There are many people that are going through abuse. There are many people who are being bullied on a day-to-day basis, scared to speak up, scared to even talk about it because they're told not to. And yet these people can come in and watch my lives day in and day out. So what if I didn't share my story? And these people were listening to my readings. And they couldn't hear my story or what I've been through. They could only hear the readings. Would I be reaching them as well as the people that I was reading for? Absolutely not. But sometimes it's the ones that are sitting silently and suffering are the ones with the best ears, and the ones that will cotton on very quickly that here's this Lady Moonlight talking about the things that I'm going through. She went through 50 years of that and she got out. Maybe she can help me. And then before I know it, they're jumping in my message box. Can you help me? I'm going through this, or I've been through that. How can I do this and how can I do that? In my just 1 year on being on TikTok, I have helped at least 50 women to deal with and often escape abuse. And that's just by sharing my story, by working both spiritually and practically to heal. And when you share your story, you heal yourself from the inside out. Because when you hear your story being told and shared out there, you push it out, right? The last thing that I said to my ex was, I will never stay silent so that you can stay comfortable. I will forever tell my story so that I can help others to make their abusers feel uncomfortable by sharing theirs. So I'm so glad, Betty Boo, that this has meaning for you, and know that my message box is always and forever open if you need somebody that just to talk to. Thank you so much for everyone who has gifted. Oh, Erica just wants a quick moon card. No problem. All right. So thank you, Betty Boo. Let's do Erica's quick moon card. All righty. This is why I do one card readings, but those one card readings do go into depth, folks. So that's why it's a corgi gift to get a one card reading. I know a lot of people a lot of readers on TikTok usually do a quick one card reading and like 5-10 minutes, and then they're moving on to the other ones. As a spiritual reader, I can't do that. I have to connect with my spirit guides, and my spirit guides give me a full detailed description of the cards that I read. All right, let's do a quick moon card for Erica so that Erica gets her card. All righty. And also, if you are on my readings list and you can't stay, but you still would like a reading, because we can't sort of shuffle the list around or whatever, if you let myself or Bluebell know what card you want, I'll still be able to read your card, because all my lives will now get shared onto my YouTube channel. So if you missed your card, you can always go to the date of the reading on my YouTube channel and get your reading there as well. Oh, thank you, Erica. I'm so glad that you are one of my success stories. We have a corgi as well. Who have we got? Emily Cops. Emily Cops, I am going to put you on the list for a reading. Thank you for gifting a corgi. And we've got Franny B as well. Hello, Franny B. Alrighty. So let's do Erica's, because I know Erica can't stay long. Erica, bring love into the situation. And it is the new moon in Aquarius. I love this card for you because, yeah, you know, as Erica says, she is one of my success stories. Right? She's one of the ladies that probably didn't bring love into her life when I first met Erica. And this is the thing. This is the beauty of sharing love and light. Because whatever you share out there, people will receive that. and you're influencing other people. So when you love yourself unconditionally, and this is something I know, Erica, that you found really, really hard in the past, especially when you've been through abuse or narcissistic marriages or relationships. Self-love is the last thing on your mind, right? Because we're brainwashed to think other than self-love. And this is where the card is saying, you know what? You have come a long way, right? You have overcome hurdles that many women wouldn't even realize how difficult it was for you to get there. And there are times when it almost broke you. But here you are, standing strong. Here you are, a darn warrior, as well as a survivor. And what's there not to self-love about that? So every day, looking in the mirror and telling yourself, you know what, I am strong. I am resilient. I am beautiful just the way that I am. I am deserving of love. And I give love freely. I deserve respect. I am extraordinary. I am powerful. And when you tell yourself all of these amazing things, all these positive affirmations every single day, your human brain as well as your subconscious brain starts to believe it. But we have to tell ourselves over and over and over again. We have to look in the mirror and really take a good look at ourselves. The eyes are the mirrors to our souls. So, every day when you're looking in the mirror, look yourself in the eye. That's scary for some people, right? Because, not everybody likes to look in the mirror and look into their own eyes. It's kind of like, oh, that's scary, right? And it probably is scary because, especially if you've been through abuse and you've been through bullying or narcissistic behaviors, right? All of that you can see in your own eyes, right? Because this is the way I read people. When I do photo readings, it's not the face that I read, it's the eyes. You can tell a whole soul's history just by looking into somebody's eyes. You can tell if they've had a good life, bad life, hard life, harsh life. So if I can tell that just by looking at somebody else's eyes, I can also read my own eyes in the mirror and say, do you know what? 50 years is a long time to go through hell. But I did it. I came out the other end and I'm still standing strong. I might have lost my sight along the way, but I never gave up even with no sight. I never told myself any more that I couldn't do or I couldn't be the beautiful, strong soul that I am. And the universe is saying, it's time now for you to bring love into the situation. For you to look in the mirror every day and say, do you know what, Erica? You're a darn strong woman. Do you know what, Erica? You are beautiful inside and out. Do you know what, Erica? There's nothing that I can't do anymore because I've earned my badge of honour. I've earned the right to be my own type of person. I've earned the right to say I'm doing things my way from now on. And I've earned the right to say, you know what? I will never ever sit by and let somebody else go through the hell that I went through. I would rather hold out a hand and say, here's my hand, take it. Let me help you. Let me pull you up out of that hole that you're sitting in and show you that there's a different way. But we can't hold out a hand and help other people until we actually look at ourselves in the mirror and say, I am beautiful and strong because of what I've gone through. And if I can survive it, so can others. So I hope that has meaning for you. And I'm so glad you got your moon card before you had to disappear. Thank you for the roses. Yeah, and you are finally you. And I love that. Do you know, when I look at Erica now, to the Erica that first came on my live readings, Erica wouldn't say boo to a goose. She was just so quiet, sometimes a little bit shy. But she also reminded me about myself. When I first left my ex, I hardly said a boo to anyone. I kept a lot of my feelings inside. We were trained, our brains were trained that it was wrong to speak out because nobody would believe us. We were actually trained to believe that. So even when I left my ex and I moved in with Free Spirit Moon, my other half, I couldn't tell him half of the things that I went through because he wouldn't believe me. Or that was my mindset then. And it was only when he started to meet my family and the family members that knew the horrors that I'd went through, and he would talk to them while I was making a coffee for them or whatever. And he turned around to me one day and he said, "You only told me half of the things that you went through. I've just learned a whole new horror from your family. Why didn't you tell me?" And the first words that rolled over my tongue was, "Because you wouldn't believe me." And yet his reply was, "Why would I not believe you? I love everything about you. I love your truth, your honesty. So why would you ever think that I wouldn't believe you?" And that was the first stage of me realizing, yeah, it was okay to have self-doubts. It was okay for a short time to stay silent. But he made me realize staying silent kept my abusers or my ex-abusers comfortable. And now I speak up. And my ex-abusers are running from the hill. Even my daughter is afraid to face me or to come near me because she knows. She watches my YouTube, guaranteed. So when she's watching this YouTube, she will know that Mom isn't going to stay silent. Mom is going to tell everyone that I was the daughter that abused her grandchildren. So, I am so proud of you, Erica. Where did I get Diane? Probably I was thinking of my sister there. But there's a Diane coming from somewhere. So I don't know if somebody in this audience has somebody in spirit called Diane, but there is a Diane come through. Just as I was getting, I don't know even if Erica knows a Diane. Just as I was finishing off Erica's reading there, the name Diane was very, very clear. Oh, you're more than welcome. All right, so this Diane must be for somebody else in the room. So if there's anyone in the room that has somebody in spirit by the name of Diane, I feel that this Diane passed over into spirit after some kind of tragedy. It wasn't a normal passing over, if that makes sense. If anyone can take this Diane who was suddenly taken from this world after some kind of accident or tragedy. I just feel that this Diane was on this earth 1 minute and then she was gone. No problem, Erica. I'm glad you got your card. Remember, it's all about self-love for you, and I am so proud of you and for how far you have come. And I'm blessed to have you as a friend in my life. So thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, Captain CJ. And hello, Tony. All right, let's carry on. Do we still have Shell? So I've got, just to go through the list with Bluebell, I've got Shell, Lucy, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, Rachel, Sean, and Emma as well. Emma Cops. Good to see you too, CJ. It has been a while, so lovely to see you on. Thank you. All right. I know Lucy won't mind, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Emma Cops in Lucy's place at the minute. So we're going to do Shell, Emma Cops, Dr. Sunshine Fire. I know Lucy's at work, so she did say she's not in that much of a hurry, so I'm sure I'm just going to put Lucy sort of towards the end, because I know Lucy's working late. So if we do Shell, Emma Cops, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, Rachel, Sean, and then Lucy. Have I missed anyone else out? No problem, Lucy. Well, let's do Shell, Lucy, and then Emma. We'll do Shell, Lucy, and Emma. No problem. So Shell, if you're still here, Animal, Moon, or Soul Truth? Thank you, CJ. All right, so let's take Shan off the list as well then. No problem, thank you. So we've got Shell, Lucy, Emma, Cop, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, and Rachel. Okay, so do we still have Shell? Yeah, we do. Soul Truth, no problem. All right. Oh, now I didn't have my Soul Truth cards there, but I do have them. It was Animal, Moon card, and Old Faithful, but I do have the Soul Truth. So let's go with the Soul Truth. There is probably a reason that you were drawn to the Soul Truth. So I always say if I had said Soul Truth instead of like one of the other decks, then that's not me that's chose that. That is obviously Spirit. That's happened before. Somebody's asked for a card that I haven't had on my table, but I do have a lot of my favourite cards nearby. So let's go with the Soul Truth one. Yeah, I'm kind of drawn to the Soul Truth as well. It's probably why Spirit had said instead of the I was probably meant to say Animal, Moon, or Old Faithful, but I probably said Soul Truth. Or should I say, I didn't say Soul Truth, my guide said Soul Truth. Sometimes my guides are like that. I go to say one thing and I find myself saying another. When you're a spiritual reader, you say what is on your mind, because Spirit speak to you through your thoughts. So whatever's on my mind, I say. So a lot of the time, a lot of people think it's my wisdom. It's not my wisdom all the time. It's my guide's wisdoms. So sometimes my guides will say a card that's not even on the table, but it's always a deck that they ask for that is near a hand. So let's go for the soul truth, because there is clearly a message for you in the soul truth cards. Alrighty. So now we have added the soul truth cards, folks, to tonight's readings cards. So I've got 4 decks on my table. Alrighty. Spirit do often surprise me like that. Okay. So your soul truth card. What am I waiting for? Someone else to do it for me? What am I waiting for? Is it someone else to do it for me? And the answer, are you waiting on someone else before you can take the big leap? What if you were to take life into your own hands and forge your own unique path? Put your heart into action and ask yourself, what risk can you take to move towards your dream? Make a decision and do it. No more waiting for others. Do it scared and take that leap. And your action for today, no more thinking, but only doing. Be brave and you will discover what you are truly made of. Wild soul, strong heart, and you can't lose, is the message of this card. Do you know, isn't that so true in life? It's so much easier to be a follower in life than it is to be a leader. Sometimes when you look back at school, I was one of these ones that would sit at the back of the class so that nobody would pick on me, so that nobody would say, all right, I'm going to call X, Y, and Z up to do an essay in front of the class. Right? I never wanted to be in the limelight. I never wanted to be one of these people that took the lead. Always wanted to be the one that sat in the back of the class and kind of just sitting like this, hiding behind the person in front of me, hoping that the teacher would somehow not see me, because I wanted somebody else to go first. And even as we're adults, sometimes we think that way, right? I'll let them go first and I'll follow. I'll see how they get on and then I'll follow. Or I'll maybe ask this person's advice before I do it. And that person might tell us, no, I wouldn't do it, because they want it before you. So this card's question is, what am I waiting for? Am I waiting for someone else to do it for me? Sometimes in life, if we're waiting for somebody else to do it, we've got a long wait ahead of us. Because one thing that I've learned in life is if you want something in this world, you go out and get it. Nobody else is going to do it for you, right? When I lost my vision and I lost my full-time job, etc., and I wondered, what the hell am I going to do with my life? Nobody's going to employ or hire a blind woman. So what the heck am I going to do with the rest of my days? And I sat around waiting for somebody to tell me, what was my next step? Where do I go from here? And it wasn't until time went by and I then thought, do you know what? I paid into a private pension. I was able to retire at the age of 50 when I lost my sight. Many people can't do that. Many people have to rely on state benefits, etc., just to earn, and they stay on state benefits for the rest of their days until they reach retirement age, and then they get a half decent pension if they're lucky. But I was wise enough at an early age to pay into a private pension. So when I lost my vision, I had money that would sustain me for the rest of my life. It wasn't a lot, but it put food on the table, it paid the bills, and it did, you know, crossed all the T's and dotted the I's. So I didn't really need to worry about finances. And my fiance, he had his own money, and we shared the bills and things like that. So money then suddenly wasn't an issue. So there was no worry about, well, what job am I going to do? Right? I was retired at 50, right? Instead of being retired at 67. But that gave me space, and it gave me headspace to think. And I thought, do you know what? Just because I'm retired doesn't mean to say I'm useless. I'm on the rubbish heap. Far from it. Then ask myself, well, what am I good at? What are my skills? What am I really, really excel at? And how can I put my skills into use? One thing I knew, that Spirit have been working with me since I was a child. They became my best friends in a world with no friends. My spirit guides have been my friends all my life, even through abuse. They kept me going, they kept me strong, and sometimes they kept me sane. So I had my spirit guides to fall back on. And it was in a conversation with one of my main guides. And I remember it was my great-grandmother who's been with me through thick and thin. She's my higher self. And she once told me when I was just a little girl, when you are older, you will be my light, i.e. moonlight. She was Lady Moon when she lived in the 1800s as a witch. And she said, when you're older, you're going to reach and help to heal so many people through the gift that has been bestowed on you, the gift of second sight, the gift of healing, etc. And you're going to stand up in front of many people, and you're going to read in front of many people, and you're going to help so many people. Now, I remember at that age, and I'm thinking to myself, she's got the wrong person. Me stand up in front of people, me do readings, me help other people to heal, me do all of this. She's got the wrong person. I couldn't see it. Of course I couldn't, I was too young. But it's when we're older and our life starts to form the way it's meant to form, and we go through all of the things that we're meant to go through. And life puts us on a certain path or a certain way. And we meet certain people that we're meant to meet, and we ditch people that we were meant to ditch. And we reflect on the past, the present, and also into the future. And then suddenly, one day when I was doing readings online, etc., my guide's words came flooding back. One day, you will be sitting in front of hundreds of people, reading, inspiring, helping and healing lots of people. And suddenly I knew where she was coming from. And if I had waited for somebody else to push me to do that, I would never be doing what I'm doing. But my guides have always pushed me through every event in life. They've always showed me that there is a way out, etc. And it's the same with your guides. Your guides, whether you know it or not, are pushing you to where you're supposed to be. And when you've got this card, if you've been waiting for somebody else to give you that push, or waiting for that somebody else to say, it's okay, Shell, you can do this. You don't have to wait for me any longer. You can do this. You've got my permission to do this. Then why are you waiting? You don't have to wait to do the things that's in your heart to do. Now is the time to do it. You don't need anybody's permission to do it. You don't need anybody's okay. You don't need anybody's consent to follow your dreams and goals. And yes, Sometimes taking the lead and being your own person can be the most scariest thing that you will ever face in your life. Sometimes taking that first leap of independence and saying, you know, it's up to me. This is my life, my path, my story, and I will lead and I will tell my story my way. And if people don't like it, then that's tough, but this is who I am. And I should never be afraid or ashamed of who I am. Nor should I ever require somebody else's permission to be who I am. So when this card is saying, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for somebody else to do it? Are you waiting for someone else to say, yeah, you know, everything you want, you just sit back and I'll do it for you, right? Realistically, nobody's going to be there to do our dreams and our goals and our plans for us. The only person that we can often rely on in this cold world is ourselves. If we want, you know, my mother used to say, if I want something done, I'll do it myself. Because if I wait around for other people to do it, it'll never get done. And you know what? Very wise words. If we want something, if we want to do something, there's no point in waiting for somebody else to do it for us. Now is the time to just get up and do that for us. I hope this has meaning for you. Hello, merry meet. Oh, we have another witch. Hello, Kelly. Shell, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Captain CJ. I'm just reading back some of these comments. Oh, Shell, you're more than welcome. Shell, anytime. I'm just so glad that that resonated with you. And you know what? This is your turn to shine. This is your turn and your time to show the world who Shell really is. Right? Shell's not somebody that is going to wait around for somebody to do things for her. Now is the time that Shell's going to stand up and say, do you know what? The world is my oyster. I know that the universe has got so much to offer me, and I am going to grab it with both hands. And I don't really care about other people's judgments of me or what they think or how they feel about me. I just know what I want, where I'm going, the direction that I'm going to go in, and how I'm going to get there. And you will get there. I see the strength in you, and I believe in you, but it's time for you to believe in you too. Oh, thank you, Emily. Oh, always lovely to see another pagan and witch. I've been a pagan all my life. I've been a starseed and a witch most of my life as well. I've always known I'm kind of different since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. It wasn't until later on in life that I realised I wasn't just a witch or a starseed, I was an old soul as well. I had went through many past lives and learned a lot through those past lives as well. So it's always lovely to meet other sister witches and pagans. So it's nice. I've connected to so many pagans, witches, since doing my work on TikTok. So lovely to meet you. Shell, more than welcome. And my inbox is always open if you just need a friend to talk to, somebody to talk to, etc. You know, when you were probably listening to Erica's reading earlier on, Erica was very quiet, very laid back. She thought the whole world was against her and nobody was there to listen, nobody was there to care. And she's come on in leaps and bounds. She's been following me for many, many months now. And to see her go from this quiet, shy person into the strong woman that she's become today. And it's just because we speak in Messenger. She's also, I believe, on Facebook as well. So she follows me on Facebook and in my Facebook groups as well. So know that my DM is always open, both here on TikTok and if you're on Facebook. I'm over on Facebook. I have a Facebook group, which is the Hippie Gypsy Moon Witch. All my social media links are on my website, which is on my bio here on TikTok. So my group is mainly for like spiritual minded people, witches and pagans such as myself. So I share a lot of spiritual stuff over on Facebook. Facebook's where I do all my teaching, etc. in the Hippie Gypsy Moon Witch. Whereas TikTok is more where I do my readings, my thoughts of the day, etc., etc. So lovely to meet you, Shell, and I'm so glad that that reading had meaning for you. You're more than welcome, Shell. Sending love and healing your way. All right, we've got Lucy, then Emma, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, and then Rachel. So Lucy, you came back just at the right time. So Lucy, we have got Animal, Moon Card, Old Faithful, and now we've also got Soul Truth as well. Spirit have brought Soul Truth. Honestly, my light has been acting weird. Spirit are playing around with my light just now. There we go. That's twice my light. The first time the Spirit turned the light off. Now they've turned it bright. A bit too bright for me. Old Faithful for Lucy. Alrighty. Let's do Old Faithful. And of course, as always, I've got your Nan in the room. Every time Lucy is about to have a reading, her Nan comes in. The dog's not here yet, but I'm waiting. I'm sure it will turn up. But your Nan is definitely here. Chauffeur is in the back. I'm telling them chauffeurs should not be in the back. They should be in the front. Alrighty. As I'm shuffling these cards, is there someone around you that has issues with their throat? Suddenly I've got like, I know it's not my dry throat, but suddenly I've got like a really dry throat, or like something stuck in the throat, or a constant dryness in the throat. Thank you for Spirit for sharing that with me. Oh, men can definitely be witches as well. My fiance's a witch, no doubt. It's not just females that can be witches. Men can be witches as well. Okay, you've been going through hay fever at the minute. So, can you relate to like a really dryness in the throat that you can't get rid of? Almost like it's a constant tickle. It's not, she's telling me it's not a sore throat as such. It's just there. It's almost like you have a dryness. All right. There is somebody around you. Be aware there is somebody around you. And they may be suffering silently. They may be just shrugging it off. But I feel that your nan is talking about somebody that's around you that has okay, she keeps on saying mum. Is your mum okay? No problem. We'll let Lucy do her call. While she's getting a call, I will ask my guys if they can tell me a little bit more. Lucy is at her work at the minute. She does a fantastic job. She works with the fire brigade, so she is always answering calls, etc. Thankfully, that dry throat has disappeared, so I don't know whether Spirit have hit the button on or the nail on the head with the mum. Yeah, a lot of you'll find a lot of modern witches do not believe that a man can be a witch. But yes, absolutely they can. My other half, Free Spirit Moon, he's very much a male witch. I've known that since the day I met him. So yes, men can very much be male witches. A lot of female witches, especially modern day witches, will say, oh, men can't be witches, they are wizards. Okay, whatever. If that's what they want to believe, who are we to say that they are wrong or we are right? But as an old soul witch, yes, absolutely. Even in the burning times, it wasn't just women that were burned as witches. You don't hear a lot of it now, but men were also put to the gallows or burnt or drowned as witches as well. Oh, no problem. Warlock is a Harry Potter type thing. We don't recognise warlocks as such. You just have male witches and female witches. You know, but at the end of the day, we can call ourselves what we want to call ourselves. I'm a witch, but I'm also a starseed. I'm a light worker, and I've known that for many, many years. But my past life was a witch as well. So, and even in past life, I knew male witches as well as female witches. No problem. We know that you're busy with the 999 calls and you do an amazing job. But as I was saying, Spirit had said, I don't know if your mum has been recovering from some kind of a cold or something like that. But I feel Spirit have told me it's regarding a mum that is still on the earth plane. And she's a type of, your nan is saying she's a type of person that doesn't complain a lot, right? she'll give you advice if you're the one that's ill or you're the one that is in need of healing or whatever. But if she's suffering with something, it's like put a brave face on it and just carry on regardless. Okay. When you see her on Thursday, let her know that she was brought up in your Nan's reading, and it's something she says it's nothing serious. That's the thing. It's nothing that can't be cured. It's just that your Nan has been helping your mum through this throat situation, because the minute I asked her, is it Lucy's mum that you're talking about, the throat disappeared. Spirit will Spirit will happily share their ailments with me, or just to get the point. Which it comes as part and parcel of being the messenger, I guess. But I'm like, I need to ask your Nan who this person is so that I can get rid of this dry throat. Because just as I was shuffling your cards, this dry throat, it was really, really dry. Almost like, not so much, like a sore throat when you swallow, you can really feel it. But it's almost like a really dry thirst that you just can't quench. You can drink bucket and bucket after water and it just doesn't get rid of this dry throat. And I feel that she's needing, I'm being told, a little boost of vitamin C, D and E is going to help with this sore throat. All right, it could be something to do with that. But definitely, I know that it disappeared when I says, is it Lucy's mum? Because I did ask, is it to do with Lucy's hay fever? She said, no, it's to do with mum. It's to do with mum. So I just assumed it was your mum because I know your mum's still on the earth plane. So then I asked, is it Lucy's mum that has this issue with her throat? I'm also being told that your mum is making a mountain of a molehill. Does that make sense? All right. So I don't know if she's concerned about something or she's worried about something, and she's overreacting to some kind of a situation around her. So she's probably worrying about something that really there is no point in worrying about, because there is absolutely nothing to worry about. She's thinking, I feel that I'm being told she thinks the worst case scenario instead of the best case scenario. Does that make sense? Definitely will. Merry part till we merry meet again, brother. So I just feel, just have a wee chat with her over a cup of tea or something like that. And maybe she says, she says, well, she's having a cup of tea. Slip a little bit of lemon and honey in her tea. It'll help. It's got vitamin. It's got vitamin C and D and E in that. Oh my gosh, your Nan cracks me up, so she does. Um, but also let her know she's making a huge mountain of a tiny little molehill, and she just needs to chill out a little bit. All right. So the card that I've got for you is the Nine of Wands, and the Nine of Wands is all about career. But the number 9 is a really powerful number as well, especially in pagan or witchcraft terms. I see the 9 as a wish card. So everything that you have worked towards in your business, all the effort, all the hard work, the toil, the study, all of the efforts that you know, the many hours that you've had your head in a book, or you've really, you know, you give yourself 101% of your work because you are passionate about what you do. You love the fact that, especially answering 999 calls, you know, in any whether you're working with the fire brigade, whether you're working with an ambulance service, or the police, etc. The first, you know, yes, the firemen do an amazing job, the doctors do an amazing job, the police do an amazing job as well. But without that person on the other end of the 999 call, whether it's the fire, whether it's the police, or whether it's the ambulance service, if we didn't have people like yourself answer, you know, there to pick up the phone and say, you know, everything's going to be okay, we've got a squad out heading your way, keeping people calm, etc. So you know that what you do is vital to the survival of others that you send your crews out to help, etc., etc. So your job is important, but it's a passion for you as well, because you're an empath, you're a healer, and you love to help people. So this job was practically tailor-made for you. That means that instead of 100%, you put in 150%. And that will go noticed, and it will be continually noticed by those higher up than you. And you're going to reach the top of your career. There are good things coming. You've built so many success stories already within the job that you do. But this is just the tip of the iceberg, is what this card is saying. There is a lot more coming your way, both financially, work satisfaction wise, but not just that, because everything is falling into place with your work and your career, is also going to fall into place with your relationship as well. When you have a happy work life and you have an amazing partner, which I know you do, and you put them together, everything is falling exactly where it's supposed to fall. Yes, there'll be the odd blip in the road. Life is like that. But you've got over the worst. And now it's the best to come. And everything that you've wished for, both in home life and in your work, is coming your way. The things that you dream about, the things that you plan, the things that you're hopeful about. And I am being shown wedding bells in the future, but I'm also seeing a future family life as well. So there are lots of changes coming your way, but they are positive changes and changes for the better. Oh, we have a corgi. Joanna has just sent a corgi. There you go. You've been hearing voices about that. There's confirmation right there. Let's put Joanna on the readings list. Thank you, Joanna, for gifting a corgi. You are now on the readings list. So it's a long time coming. Your nan knows that, right? But she says, you know what? Never ever forget that sometimes the best things in life are the ones that are worth waiting for. All right? Patience is a virtue that not many people have, including yourself. But she says, hang in on there, because everything is falling into place exactly as it should be. All right? I'm seeing... All right. she's spinning numbers. I'm just asking her to stop spinning the numbers because there's so many numbers that she's coming out with here. And I'm asking your Nan to slow down the numbers a little bit. All right. July the 1st. Note that date. So there's something between July the 1st. Now she can show me the second number if she wishes. Right, July the 1st. And there's the number 24. I don't know what the number 24 is. She's not put a date with the 24. She has put a date with the 1st of July. So there is something happening round about the 1st of July. The 1st of July is a significant date for some reason, which is kind of like the end of June to the 1st of July. It could be 2024. Yep, it could well be Dr. Sunshine Fire. No problem, Emma. Welcome back. Yeah, it could be 2024. But definitely the 1st of July, the number 24 is very significant as well. And I see two little bells hung, tied together with a ribbon, which is wedding bells. So I do see wedding bells. I don't see them this year. The wedding bells are coming a little bit later. So it could be that the fact that the wedding bells are coming in 24. Because I feel 24 is significant. So I'm just wondering if she's 2024. All right. But there's something to do with the 1st of July. But I feel, okay, she's telling me the 1st of July is this year. 24 is further on. All right. So it's not the 1st of July 2024. It's the 1st of July for this year, but there is something in 24. So I don't know whether there is going to be an announcement of some kind on the 1st or round about the 1st of July. But she's saying note, put down the 1st of July in the diary and just watch this space is what she's saying regarding the 1st of July. All right, so it's the 1st of a new month, but there is there's something significant going to be happening on or around or near that day. Spirit, unfortunately, do not have the same calendars as what we have. So they kind of give us a guess. So when Spirit tell me, a date of like the 1st of July, that's why she's saying the 1st of July or there around the 1st of July. So I would say the beginning of July. So make a note of that particular date. Make a note of 24 as well, right? She knows about your birthday, but she says it's not birthday related. All right? Don't get me wrong. As always, you will be spoiled on your birthday, she's saying, but this is something totally different from your birthday. She knows why you're thinking birthday. Could this be something that's going to happen on a birthday? But she said it's near the 1st of the month rather than the middle or the end of the month. So she's definitely saying the 1st, round about the 1st of July this year. And I feel 24 is a significant number to do with next year sometime. So maybe the year 2024 may be significant for wedding bells. Exactly, there may be 2 weddings next year. Yep. Well, I know there's definitely 1 wedding next year, and that's going to be mine. That's why I'm doing the. That's why I've started doing the health and beauty thing on the Hippie Gypsy Moon Witch, because I'm very passionate about people being healthy and getting away from the pharmaceutical companies, etc. So if you're like me, and pharmaceutical medicines is just not your thing, and you absolutely hate pharmaceutical medicines of any kind, and you would rather learn about the more natural path to take, then do come along to the Hippie Gypsy Moon Witch Facebook group on Facebook. I'll be sharing my health and wellness journey with you all, tips and tricks on how to slowly progress away from the pharmaceutical into the more herbal and natural oils situation. So there's lots going to be happening over on the Facebook group as well as here on TikTok. Yep, definitely. I know you'll be messaging me round about that time, and Lucy's the first one that's in my DM box whenever anything happens. And she'll say, remember that reading you told me? No, but you can refer. She usually reminds me, and she'll say, this is what you said and this is what happened. So I'm curious now to see what happens on or around the 1st of July. So I'm glad you got that reading. All right, so I'm just going to check with our Bluebell. I've got Emma next, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, Rachel, and then Joanna. So do we still have Emma? Hello, Emma. Thank you for being patient. Animal, Moon card, Old Faithful, or Soul Truth? Which card would you like? Thank you, Bluebell. Old Faithful. Let's go with Old Faithful. And lovely to meet you as well, Emma. Always lovely to see new people coming in. Alrighty. For those that are just joining, welcome in. My name is Lady Moonlight. It is gift only readings tonight, folks. So if you'd like to be on tonight's readings list, it is a corgi gift to get a 1-card in-depth reading. If you are a subscriber, you automatically get added to my readings list every time I come live, and you get a free reading. So subscribers never have to gift. That's the beauty of subscribing. They know that if they want a reading, they can just come on to any of my lives and get a free reading. But non-subscribers can still get a reading just simply by gifting a corgi gift. Alrighty. Subscribers also have their own readings night on a Monday where it's only subscriber only readings, which means if you're a subscriber, you can comment and get a reading. If you're not a subscriber, you can still watch the readings on a Monday, but you won't be able to comment or take part in the readings because it is a subscriber only. Alrighty. So tomorrow night I will be back. For those that haven't had a chance to get on the list tonight, or if they miss me tonight, I'm back tomorrow night with more gift readings tomorrow. Alrighty. Okay, so Emma, you have got the 3 of Wands. The 3 of Wands again talks of career or job opportunities. And I feel that in the past, times have been rough as far as finances or jobs are concerned. You've never quite got the job that you really, really wanted. You've always been looking, you've always been trying to build a better future for you and for your loved ones, if that makes sense. Oh, no need to apologize. Yeah. And I feel that there is something, you are working on something just now, but I feel that your heart's not in it. Does that make sense? It's like you're doing some kind of work, or you are in some kind of work situation, but your heart's not in it. I don't know if that makes sense. Thank you, Joanna, for subscribing. Yay, Joanna has subscribed. Welcome to our subscribers. All right. Sometimes through life, we don't always find the right place where we're supposed to be. We kind of dabble our way through life. It's kind of like, well, necessity, the need for money, to earn money, to pay bills, to put food on the table has to come first and foremost for many people in life. So it's kind of like beggars can't be choosers. So we take the first job that we can actually get. Sometimes that job, if we're lucky, is the ideal job, and we can stay in that job for life, quite happily, doing something that we love to do. But in a lot of cases, and I feel that this is in your case as well, it's kind of like your first job's maybe not been the best job in the world, and you've maybe had to just sit it out until something else came along, and then sit that one out until something else came along. So it's almost like you've always been able to muddle through. So when finances have been really, really tough, you've always been able to find a way out of it, whether that's taking on an extra job, whether it's kind of taking on an extra hobby to earn extra money, etc., etc. A lot of people, for example, may have a full-time job, and then they may take a at-home job, like multi-level marketing, where they can come home from work, make their dinner, and then they can work online, kind of thing, making that little bit of extra. And that in itself is a full-time job, right? Looking after somebody, looking after your mom, or looking after somebody as a carer. Carers get the brunt of things, right? A lot of people do not give carers the respect that they should be deserving, right? A lot of people will say, oh, look at him or look at her, they're working, they've never worked a day in their life, they stay at home looking after a mom or looking after a partner or looking after a child or whatever else, and they're doing it to escape work. I could not disagree more with that one. Absolutely not. I have much respect for those that give up their own lives to care for somebody that they love, whether it be a mum, a partner, brother, sister, whatever the case may be. You could quite happily, if you wished, get somebody else to look after your mum while you take on a full-time job or whatever else. But your mum means more to you than a materialistic job or money, right? And do you know what? There's a lot to be said about that, because we live in a materialistic world where it's expected that we should go out and earn money for a hard day's work, etc. But not necessarily. Love and healing and caring should come before absolutely. Money can buy us many things, but money can't buy us health. Money can't buy us someone we love. I know that because even when I was working, I had both my parents went through cancer. I was working full time. And in between my full time hours, I would finish work. I would then go and look after my mom for several hours. Then go home, look after the kids and my ex-husband at the time. And then the next day I would do it all over again. There was no time for me. There was no time for relaxing. I did, the way I saw it, my mum brought me into the world. She looked after us, and in her time of need, I was there to look after her. And, that's the way it should be in life, but not everybody sees that. And I sometimes feel that you have been given a hard time by ones that don't understand this, if this makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I feel there's been a lot of judgment and unjust judgment towards you because you gave up your time to be there for your mum, right? And some people have gave you quite a hard time for that. But despite that, you go on tirelessly caring for your mum. And I, Spirit want you to know there is, does your mum have a sister or a sister relative in spirit? Okay, right. She's saying there's a sister looking after your mum as well. All right. She is acknowledging, yes, both her sisters are in spirit. But there's one particular spirit that your mum was really, really close to. Out of the two sisters that are in spirit, there's one that when she passed over into spirit, your mum really, really found that tough, having to say goodbye to her sister. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's almost like she misses both her sisters, but this one particular sister was almost like a best friend to her as well as a sister. Okay, well, it's this sister that is coming through and saying, can you please let your mum know that there is healing being sent to your mum from the other side as well. But not just for your mum, they're there supporting you in your work as well. And they're saying, doesn't matter the bad things that other people are saying about you or to you, right? They don't know what you are going through, right? They don't know the sacrifices that you are making just to help your mum and to be there for your mum. Your mum's sisters are both so proud of you. And they said, you know what? We can't thank you enough for everything that you're doing for your mum. And you know what? Shame on the ones that are giving you a hard time about it. Because all the work that you've put in and the healing that you have put in with your mum has not gone unnoticed, especially on the other side. I don't know if Pam or Pamela means anything to you. But there's a Pam or Pamela. Oh my gosh. Right, okay. Oh my gosh. That's what she's saying. Tell her we're around Pam or Pamela. And I'm like, who's Pam or Pamela? Thank you for acknowledging that. Well, she's letting you know. she's gave you your mum's name for a reason, right? She's gave you your mum's name to acknowledge that this is who they are. This is who they are sending healing to. All right, so they're acknowledging that your mum needs all the healing that she can get right now. You're giving that healing, but because you're giving so much love and healing, am I right in thinking that the one that's giving you the hard time is a family member that does absolutely nothing for your mum? That's what I'm being told. I feel that there's a family member that does absolutely nothing for your mum whatsoever, but they're pointing the finger at you. Does that make sense? All right. Thank you. I got a funny feeling it was a brother, but they were saying a close member of the family, right? And he's been giving you a hard time, right? But what they're saying is the reason he's giving you a hard time is because he does, and this is in Peggy's word. The reason he's giving you a hard time is because he doesn't get off. Oh my gosh, I can't say that, but I am going to say that. She's saying the reason that your brother is giving you the hard time is because he does not get up off his own backside and put a hand to help you or your mum. He's leaving everything to you. And because you're doing such an amazing job, it's his guilt that he is aiming at you, right? You're not responsible for his guilt for not playing his part. He could do more, is what I'm being told, to help you, to help your mum. But he does zip all. Yeah, yeah, and this is what she's saying, it's almost like, and this is where the thing is, people can have the most amazing paid jobs in the world, right? But here's the thing, and it's a thing that I've found out with most people that have high flying jobs, well paid jobs. My ex was one of them, let me tell you, right? People put them on a pedestal. Oh, he's got a car, he's got a house, he's got this and he's got that, and he's Mr. Everything because he's got all this money and all this wealth and all this abundance. But they have not one shred of empathy. They have no feelings. Their love is for money and wealth and material possessions. Anything that is regarding feelings, emotions, he's pretty cold to that. If it's not about money, if it's not about paying the bills, etc., 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 right? And I'm being told that when he was younger, now this is what she is letting me know. I think she's letting all the family secrets out here, but she's saying when he was younger, he was the first one that was ripping your mother dry. You asked for nothing when you were growing up, whereas with him, it was never enough. Does that make sense? It was almost like he got everything, right? If he wanted something, he got it, even if your mum struggled to get that. But I feel that you never asked for a single thing. Thank you for the roses, Lisa M. Hello, Chloe. Yeah, that's what I'm picking up. It's almost like whatever the star child wanted, right? He got, right? So, if it was for his career or whatever, he got every help and support that he wanted. Whereas everything that you wanted in life, you had to pretty much work hard for. Everything that you wanted, you had to go out and get that yourself. All right, because there was more attention paid on him than yourself. However, even though your mum maybe doesn't tell you a lot, your mum saw there was more to you than meets the eye. And I feel that, you know, in life, sometimes daughters can be daddy's girls type of thing. I know my dad was my best friend. I was always a dad's girl rather than a mum's. But I feel that in your case, you know, it was the brother or the father's son, your father's son, that was a golden child, right? In your dad's eyes, he could do no wrong, right? And he's the one that was wanting everything, wanted to be the best at everything. And he pushed and pushed and got the high-flying job. But I'm being told the reason he's lashing out at you is he may have a high-flying job. He may have the money and the car and all the rest of it that goes with it. But he's not happy. Right? Most people that have reached the top of their career, they're not happy. Because with the more they have, the more they want. And the more that they want, the more they strive for. And it builds up a lot of stress. Whereas he's had to sort of push for everything he's got, and he's getting more and more and more, and he wants to sort of reach the top of his career, etc., etc. Whereas you live the more humble life. You're all about caring, nurturing, healing, etc. And that's why there's a lot of healing coming your way from both your mum's sisters, especially this Peggy, who was very close to your mum. Know that there is powerful healing coming to your way. And you know, she says, you know what she's like. She will say it as it is. She doesn't mix her words. I feel that this Peggy does not mix her words. She will just come out and say it. Whether you like it or not, she will just come out and say it. And this is what I kind of feel. There's also a little dog with her. Did your aunt or did your mum's, one of your sisters, have a dog? It's almost like a family dog. It's like this dog belonged to one of the sisters, but it was everybody's dog. Oh, wow. Well, they've got her dog. All right, can you please let your mum know? Your mum's dog's with them. So your mum's dog is getting looked after. This is why she wanted to show you the dog. So I don't know whether your mum has been thinking about the dog a lot, but let her know that the dog's with her. Joanna, I can fit you in after, who have we got on our list? I'm sure Dr. Sunshine Fire won't mind letting you go before Dr. Sunshine Fire so that you can get your card, Joanna. I would really like to give you your card before we go. So know that there is healing coming your way and your mum's way. All right? They know about the dog and how much your mum misses the dog. That's why they said this dog's a family dog. Because it belonged to your mum and your mum misses the dog. They've got the dog, that they're taking good care of it for her. So, and any ailments that the dog had, that letting you know as well that this dog is not in pain anymore. Does that make sense? Dr. Sunshine Fire is amazing. She honestly, she's such she's one of my sisters in the craft, and she's amazing. So obviously she doesn't mind. But please pass on to your mum that her sisters are with her. They're with you as well. The little dog is got a lot of healing when it passed over. I felt this dog passed over with a few health issues, if that makes sense. But they want you to know that that dog has no longer got health issues. When we pass over from the earth plane into spirit, we leave our human ailments behind, and we are reborn again in spirit with no ailments at all, and that includes our beloved pets as well. Well, know that the dog is definitely, well again, right? So the dog's not suffering in any way, shape, or form. All right, it is in full health, and they want to jump. They felt it was so important for your mum to know this, because was it a difficult decision that she had to make with this dog? Towards the end of this dog's lifetime on earth, it's almost like there was a decision that your mum had to take, and she's felt guilty about this decision. Okay, I'm almost being told like she had the decision to sort of, do I let this dog go naturally, or do I keep a hold of it just for a little bit longer? Does that make sense? It's like part of your mom just didn't wanna let go. So there was a tug of the heartstrings, as it were. It's like she knew that it was the dog's time. The best interest for the dog was to allow it to pass over. But there was another part of your mum that wanted to just a little bit longer, just one more day, just a few more hours, that kind of, there was a debate going on in her mind. Well, please let her know that she did the right thing, all right? Because the dog's not suffering anymore. It's at peace. Is happy, is getting well loved, well looked after by both her sisters on the other side. In fact, probably spoiled rotten. So she has nothing to feel guilty about. I'm watching the dog play around, and this little dog is so full of life. I wish I could show you it. I wish I could project what I see. But she just wants to bring your mum a little bit of comfort at this time, and let her know, please, no more guilt over the decision that she had to make for her dog, who was also her best friend at the time. I feel that a dog saw her through many, many hard times, and I know that she misses the dog so much, because I'm being told that she misses this dog. So they're leaving you with much love, and sending you all of this healing. This is why I'm so glad you were drawn to get a reading tonight. I hope this has helped. As for the brother, in one ear and out the other, know that you're doing everything right, and his opinion should never ever matter. All right, so I hope that helps. Oh, bless. You're more than welcome. I'm just so glad. Beautiful reading. And thank you for the confirmations with the names. I always love it when somebody can confirm the names, because when Spirit are giving me names, I have no idea. who these names are, who these people are, or what their connection is. And it's only when I give the readings and I get confirmation from the people that I'm reading for that it all makes sense. So thank you so much as well on your behalf for confirming all of that for me. Alrighty, so let's do Joanna next. So we've got Joanna, Dr. Sunshine Fire, Lotus and Light, and then Rachel. So Joanna, you've got Animal card, Moon card, Old Faithful, or Soul Truth. Joanna, you're more than welcome. Hello, everyone. Soul Truth for Joanna. Let's do the Soul Truth. I love readings like that when there is so much love, so much, and it just makes my job worthwhile doing when I can bring comfort and a little bit of, I guess, love and light into a situation. And I know exactly how Emma is feeling because I was in a very similar situation when I had a sister and a brother. My brother wasn't really fit enough to look after my mum and dad when they were going through cancer. My sister was more than capable of helping out with both my parents, but chose not to. She had a high-flying job and she was pretty much self-centered. So I do see how difficult it is. Fingers were often pointed. And that's the thing. People underestimate the things that carers go through. Carers make a heck of a lot of sacrifices in life to look after the ones that looked after them in life. My mum and dad were always there for me when I was growing up, and how could I not be there for them when they needed me the most through dealing with their cancer. Sadly, both of them lost their battle with cancer, but I know that all my efforts and all my healing every day was worth the sacrifices that I made to make sure that they were looked after and cared for. And to me, that speaks more volume than a high-flying job where there is no empathy, no feeling, or no love for family members. So I can totally relate to Emma's reading, and I'm just so glad she got her aunties through just to confirm that everything's okay and there is healing coming to both of them from the other side. And that is such a beautiful, beautiful reading. All right, let's see what Spirit have for Joanna. Please help me to choose a card for Joanna. Okay. We're going with the pink one. The pink one has flew out of the deck. What expectations do I have that are maybe impossible to meet? What expectations do I have, or do you have, that are impossible to meet? And the answer, the expectations we have are mostly delusional and often impossible to meet. We then experience disappointment with ourselves or with a relationship when they are not met. It's time to dissolve your expectations and replace them with gratitude. Today's soul action: be grateful. You are being summoned to more peace. Peace is home for our soul, and it is accomplished by trust. It comes when you surrender and focus only on what you can control. If you expect nothing and are grateful for everything, you will experience great fulfillment. I absolutely love this card because sometimes we do expect, sometimes we put expectations on ourselves, or sometimes those expectations are put on us from other people. There's a lot of people that I've worked with in the past that have come to me and they've maybe said, they come from a forces family, for example, right, where both parents are maybe in the forces. So with that, when both parents are in the forces, they have a pride. They pride themselves that they are in the forces and they are fighting for king and country and all the things that go with it. And then, of course, when they have children and they bring children into all of that, it's the parents' wish that their children follow in their parents' footsteps, right? So doctors, high-flying doctors would want their children to be doctors or nurses or work in the medical profession. Those in the military would be saying, oh, you have to, work, do the same, do something that your country is proud of you for. But in reality, we are not our parents. In reality, we are not other people. And just because other people's passions are doctors, lawyers, RAF, whatever, doesn't mean to say that we have to follow those passions. I myself came from a military background. Both my parents were in the RAF. But I was fortunate that they didn't put any expectations for me to join the forces. And I don't think they ever would, because they had a daughter that was born blind. And then I managed to get a little bit of vision back from the age of 5. Wasn't a lot, but it was enough to see me through. And then I lost my vision, most of my vision at the age of 49. And was deemed registered blind. But, my parents didn't judge me for the jobs that I did, or the fact that I was spiritual, and that, I saw the world differently from what they did. That's where I was kind of fortunate. My father was more spiritual at the time when I was growing up than my mum was. So I guess that's why I was more close to him. But this card is saying sometimes other people put expectations on us. It's a bit like Emma's brother. It's like, why are you, I'm the one that's working and you're just sitting at home doing nothing other than looking after mum. That kind of thing. And sometimes other people make us feel unworthy, or that we're not doing enough. And I feel there's been a lot of expectations put on you in the past and possibly in the present. Oh, we have Joe Boxer in the room as well. Hello, Joe Boxer. Yeah, so yeah, I feel that, maybe very similar to Emma, that your brother puts a lot of expectations on you to do something that you're not happy in doing, right? He sees that you should be doing this, 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 and this, but your heart's not in that, right? And you want to, you're kind of like a little bit of free spirit. You just want to, it's almost like you feel that they're putting you in a cage, right? And they are preventing your wings from flying. Does that make sense? It's like, leave me to fly, leave me to go my own way, that kind of thing. Thank you, Joe. Um, yeah, and sometimes that happens. People get drawn to me for many reasons. It's a bit like the comment I've just spotted down the page a little bit, where you keep coming up on my For You page. I don't know why, right? You'll be surprised at how many times I hear that. Bluebell will even probably tell you, Bluebell, before she met me and got to know me well, she probably flicked through Facebook and she said, you know, her story may be very similar to the person that says, why do you keep showing up on my For You page? Sometimes, I will always say, I'm one of these ones that will never jump in somebody's DM box for readings. Don't have to. I just need to show up and offer readings. I've never believed in forcing readings on anyone, right? It's almost like, if somebody needs a teacher will show up when they need it. If somebody needs a reader will show up when they most need that reader, right? If somebody needs a tutor will show up when they most need it, right? And I remember when I was young, and I used to say to my great grandmother, who's always been my leading guide, who's going to listen to me? Who's going to come to me for readings? And she says, you don't have to concern yourself with that. You just need to show up, and the right people will find you. And I thought to myself, that's not going to happen in a million years. But here I am, 50 odd years later, just showing up, and people are finding me on their For You pages, etc., etc. And I just show up and do my readings. But what this card is saying, other people's expectations, including your brother, being put on you, that's their expectations, not yours, right? No one on this earth has a right to say, you have to do it this way, or you have to live your life that way, or you have to think the way we think, that kind of thing, right? We think you're doing this wrong, we think you should be doing this, we think you should be doing that, right? They're putting their expectations onto you. That is so wrong. We come into this world with nothing, and we leave this world with nothing. But one thing that we do come into this world with is free will. And as we're getting older and we get into the matrix of life, we kind of lose track of that free will. We're told we have to get a job, we have to work from 9 to 5, we have to, work for a living, right? And anybody that doesn't have a full-time job, works a 9 to 5 or whatever else, is a lazy lie about and all the rest of it, right? Those that are carers, they're not working, they're just staying at home, and they're just caring for their loved ones to save them from going out for work. No, they're caring for their loved ones because they have empathy, they have feelings, they have emotions, and most of all, they have love for their relations. And that comes before any job or any expectations on them. So sometimes they make us feel guilty because they're always telling us we're not good enough, we're not doing this, we're not doing this right, we're not doing that right, and we should be ashamed of ourselves because we're, they're doing all the work, they're doing all the paid work and all the hard slogging work, and we're doing something totally different, and they don't agree with that, right? After a while, those expectations can gnaw at our subconscious, and we can then start feeling guilty ourselves. And it makes us feel trapped, almost like I hear what they're saying, but if I don't spread my wings now and fly, I'm going to be in this cage forever, if that makes sense. Hello, Aileen. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, exactly. People will work to pay for big fancy cars, to pay for TVs or whatever else. And then there are other people like Joanna, like Emma, that are doing what they can. They work, they also care full time, etc. And they give their all to doing that. But the difference being is the ones that are working full time and then they have to care the rest of the time, they have no social life, right? They can't just drop everything and go out to the pub or go out for a night out with the girls or go out with a night out for the boys. Whereas the ones that have got maybe one really well paid job, they're able to pay their bills, etc. And at the end of the day, they can come home, they can have a meal, and they can go out on the town or they can do whatever else that they want. Whereas when you put your heart and soul into caring, social life, what is a social life? There isn't one. Your social life is caring for those that are near and dear to you. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But the world often makes us feel it's a bad thing. Why am I getting the name Karen around you? There's a Is there a Karen in spirit around you? Hello, hello, Germany. That's the country I was born in. Lovely to meet somebody from Germany. So, I don't know where this Karen. I'm being shown Karen, but it's Karen with a K, not a C. So it's Karen. She's actually spelling this word out. Doesn't matter if you can't relate to a Karen. Sometimes Spirit give me names while I'm doing readings. So people come and go out of my lives all of the time. And sometimes Spirit try and catch somebody that's coming in and out of the lives, and they'll just shout random names. So don't worry if you can't relate to a Karen in Spirit, but there is definitely a Karen in Spirit with the letter K instead of C at the beginning of their names. I feel this Karen is also middle-aged. So she was not old when she passed over into spirit. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm so glad you came in. Okay, Shell, is your sister Karen in spirit? All right. This Karen is definitely in spirit. All right, she's this lady is definitely in spirit. She's middle aged, and I feel um, she was taken before her time. Is it doesn't matter if nobody can take this lady. Sometimes spirit come in for somebody that's maybe just came into the life and went out again. Um, it could also be for Joanna, but somebody on Joanna's family side. So definitely write down this Karen name, just in case, you know, and ask around with your family, Joanna, in case there was a Karen. I'm definitely getting this is very, very strong Karen. She's even spelling it out in big capital letters, Karen. She didn't die, or she didn't pass over with natural causes. I feel there was some kind of an accident. All right, she was taken before her time. So I feel that this lady was in some sort of accident that she didn't survive. Okay. So this lady that was in your village, was it an accident? Was she involved in an accident? And this lady Karen, that you feel belongs to the village. Um, I know she's not related to. She may not be related to your family, but was she well known by one of your family members? I feel it was a friendship. There was a friendship with this Karen. I'm being told like almost like an acquaintance. Um, I know that like we stay in a little village and everybody kind of knows everybody in the village, and you know, when you live in a small village, you speak to each other every morning in the passing or whatever, if you're going into the village shop or whatever else. And I feel that she's showing me this kind of link. It's almost like a friendship. It's like everybody knew everybody. All right, that's maybe where the connection is then. It's almost like she's saying everybody knew everybody. We might not have known everybody intimately, but we certainly knew of each other, right? So, you know, if you worked with her mum, you would know her mum more than you probably would her daughter, kind of thing. But you would have still been aware of Karen in the background. Does that make sense? Oh, lovely. It's maybe the fact then, I feel it is fact that one of the reasons that she may be coming through then is because one, you worked with her mum. That means you were close to somebody that she was close to, if that makes sense. She is in agreement, they're not quite an accident, but at the same time, she was taken before her time, right? She never got the privilege of growing old, is what she is saying. All right. That's where the connection with this lady is coming from then. Obviously, because you had a connection with her mom, and that, you know, now her daughter's at that age where she's now coming to the pub, etc., etc. Sometimes those connections can come through our readings as well. And she's very much with her daughter all the time. So she knows about the daughter coming to the pub, and she said, you know, that was one of her regrets, is that she wasn't there to see her daughter going into older adulthood, if that makes sense. But she says, what is, and she can't change anything. But I feel she wanted to come through tonight because she wanted to get a message through to her family, especially her daughter. I don't know if her daughter has had her mum on her mind for a long, long time, or since her mum passed. But I feel that she wants her daughter to know that she's okay, if that makes sense. It's important, I feel it's important to this Lady Karen that she lets her family know that are still in the village that she is okay. And she is still with her family. She's still watching over her family. And she's just wondering if you can pass that on to her family for her. That's why she came through with you. And that's where the connection is. It's a village connection rather than a family connection. But as far as your reading goes, don't worry about other people's expectations of you. It's time to open that cage, and it's time to spread your beautiful wings and fly high. Live your life the way you want to live your life. This is your life, not anybody else's. And nobody has the right to tell you how you should or you shouldn't live your life. It's important that they understand that, but sometimes in life they will never ever understand where you're coming from, and that's okay. That's for them to live with. But in the meantime, what loved ones in spirit are saying to you is, this is your turn to shine. Don't put your life on hold, and don't feel guilty about how you are running your life just because other people's expectations of you are higher, right? It's impossible for you to follow somebody else's dreams, somebody else's goals, and somebody else's ideals, because you're not somebody else. You are you. There is only one Joanna, right? And Joanna's brother is not Joanna, and Joanna is not Joanna's brother, right? Your expectations of how you run your life are totally different. Of course they are, from what your brother's expectations are. It's a bit like my sister. My sister, was totally different from me growing up. And I guess there was a lot of jealousy that she had to work a full-time job, and here was I sitting at home doing readings, etc. So I was the one with the gift, and she was the one with lots of problems in her life. But I'm not my sister's keeper, and she's not my keeper. So regardless of what my sister may or may not think of me and my decisions in life, that has never stopped me from being who I am and living the life that I want to live. For me, it's a calling. I've always known what my calling is. So other people's opinions about me doesn't really come into it. It doesn't really count. It doesn't really matter. So keep doing what you are doing, despite other people's judgments or opinions of you. Because Spirit want you to know you are doing everything absolutely right. You're following your path, you're following your dreams, your goals, your desires, and you're doing what you feel is right for you. That's good enough. You are good enough. Those that don't think you're good enough, their opinions don't matter. Right? That's for them to sort out. That's their issues. That's their insecurities, right? They have to deal with that themselves. They have to fix that for themselves. Right? Sometimes we can't fix other people. We can fix ourselves, but we can't fix other people. So keep shining is the message in your card. Be you, right? Remember, you have free will. That free will has never been taken away from you. People will try and take that free will from you in life. Stand your ground and do it your way. You only have one life. Live it to the full. Thank you. Raven has a okay, we have another corgi gift, Raven. Joanna, thank you so much for gifting for that reading. I'm so glad it had meaning for you. Another beautiful message. And it's lovely when even somebody that isn't connected to us by family blood, and just even like a villager or whatever. When I was a kid, I used to look after an old couple. They were called Mr. and Mrs. Henry. Caring for other people has always been in my blood, even when I was at school age. When other school kids were out playing with their friends, I was taking my mum's homemade stews to an old couple who couldn't look after themselves. And they had no family, nobody to look after themselves. And I loved going up with my mum's homemade stew and sitting with them and listening to their stories and everything like that. It's always been in my calling. So I've always been that way around, but I won't change me for who I am, and neither should you. So, even though that couple weren't related to me, when they passed over into spirit, for many years they used to come into my dreams or my visions, and they used to just say thank you for everything you did for us, etc. I don't see them so much nowadays. I guess I'm a little bit older and they've moved on to whoever else they're helping in spirit, but it just goes to show sometimes we get messages from people that come in and out of our lives for many different reasons. And those messages can just be just as meaningful as other messages. So thank you so much, Joanna. Alrighty. So I'm just going to check with Bluebell to make sure my list is up to date. I've got Dr. Sunshine Fire next, Lotus and Light. I've got Rachel, I've got Joe Boxer, and I've got a Raven. Have I missed anyone else? Joanne, you're more than welcome. And thank you for subscribing as well. As a subscriber, every time I'm live and every time you come into my lives, you'll also get a free reading. And you can also be a part of the Monday readings for subscribers as well. So welcome to subscribers as well. Oh, Raven didn't gift. All right, thank you. All right, I thought I saw Raven gifted or something. I must have read that wrong. Thank you, Katie. Alrighty. So, do we still have Dr. Sunshine Fire? thank you for everyone's lovely comments. Thank you to everyone that has gifted, who has liked, who has shared, and who has followed. Please bear with me. I do try and follow as many people back as possible. Normally, when I'm coming on live, it just wows me, because every time I come off, I usually find I've got like 50 to 100 new followers. And I do try and go through the list. But when you're coming on 2 or 3 nights a week and you've got like 50 to 100 every night, it takes me a long time to sift through everyone, because I don't follow everyone back. If there's no profile photo, no offense, but I won't follow somebody with no profile photo. I don't follow people that have got private accounts just because, you know, they could be anybody, that kind of thing. It doesn't mean to say that I don't appreciate your follow. Of course I do. But I am very funny about who I follow, because on social media you just don't know. Okay. Yay, Dr. Sunshine Fire's here. Dr. Sunshine Fire, what card would you like? Animal, Moon, Old Faithful, or Soul Truth? So many choices tonight. Got 4 decks of cards. I started off with 3 and then Spirit added the Soul Truth ones. Go figure. Spirit's choice. Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask Spirit. I've got 4 cards in front of me, Spirit. Which card do we pick for my sister, Dr. Sunshine Fire? Which one am I drawn? I'm drawn to the Moon. All right, definitely the Moon card. I am drawn to give you a Moon card, so let's shuffle the Moon. And see where we go with the Moon cards. All right. All right. As I'm shuffling these cards, that's really weird. I'm getting, you know how sometimes you get song coming into your head. I'm getting the song Ebony and Ivory, and I'm seeing a piano player. Is there somebody in spirit around you that is connected to the piano? And I'm getting that song, I don't know what connection this song is, but the song, you know, Ebony and Ivory go together in perfect harmony, side by side on my keyboard, that kind of song. I don't know why that came into my mind as I'm shuffling your cards, but I also am showing, oh, a card has just flown out of the deck as well, but I see a keyboard, I see somebody playing either the keyboard or a piano. Somebody was passionate about playing keyboard or piano. My grandfather played piano a little, but sang like Elvis. He sang Ebony and I. Okay, right. Okay, that's where the Ebony and Ivory is coming into. That's why he gave me the Ebony and Ivory song. I'm just getting like really major tingles here when I get that's confirmation. And he's like, Was his dream to meet Elvis? I almost feel like when you're talking about Elvis, one of his dreams was to meet Elvis, and he never got to meet Elvis. He was a huge Elvis fan, I believe, but he never actually got to meet Elvis in person. I feel your grandpa or your grandfather loved the fact that Elvis was just came from a normal country family background and worked his way up to stardom, etc., etc., and he admired him for that. All right, so there was a kind of like a desire to sort of meet, not just meet Elvis, but to be on stage and to compete with him. Does that mean? Yeah, that's kind of the impression that this that your grandpa is giving me, because what he's saying is, can you please let her know that yes, I did eventually get my wish to actually sing with Elvis, right? Um, and he said, just between you and him, yeah, he was better than Elvis, right? He's kind of gave a little cheeky wink. Yeah, that's kind of what I feel. It's like, well, I never got my wish with Elvis on the Earth plane, but I sure as heck got my wish in the afterlife. Yeah. Um, but it's kind of like a running joke between the two of them. So sometimes that happens in life. We have I can so relate to your grandfather on so many levels, because during my childhood Elvis was my idol, even from a young age, and it broke my heart when he passed over. And I remember actually playing one of Elvis's songs on an old record player. We didn't have CDs back then. We didn't have YouTube or Spotify. I just had a run of the mill boxed record player, and I remember putting my records, Elvis records, on, and I used to just for hours and hours just listen to Elvis, and I used to think, I would have loved, a bit like your grandfather, I would have loved to have met him. I would have loved to sing with him, and because singing is part of what I do. I love singing. I've had a lot of people asking me to share more of my songs on TikTok, so that's in the pipeline, folks. I am gonna share some of my favorite songs here on TikTok at a later date. But moving on to the connection with your grandfather and Elvis, I get where your grandfather was coming from, because it was during one night when I was listening to his records, and life was pretty tough then. I was getting bullied at school, and my music was my escape. And I remember listening to Love Me Tender, and the record seemed to just dull out of sync. And over and above the record, I clearly heard Elvis singing Love Me Tender, and that stayed with me for life, because I knew that, he obviously appreciated me playing his music. So I'm one of these believers that, if you have an idol and then you pass over into spirit, and you so really, really wanted to meet them, then you would meet them in the afterlife. Oh, bless. Well, you know, singing, he's letting you know he's with you, right? That's why he came through with the ebony and ivory before we even got onto the subject of Elvis Presley. Um, you know, he says he tinkered with the keyboard, but he was never really good with the keyboard as such. He tinkered with it sometimes, but he said his singing was his life. He loved to sing, he loved to entertain. Um, that was his pleasure, that was his passion through growing up. And you know, I get that. I really do, because my mother and my father used to sing all the time, and they often passed on. I feel they passed on their love of music to me, um, because I play several instruments, but I love to sing. I've been singing since I was just a little girl, and I think when it's in the blood, when singing is in your blood, it's just something that is with you. And I feel that that's why your grampy is with you. You are basically, what he's saying is, you're carrying on where he left off, and he's saying, please tell her I'm giving her big bear hugs. I don't know if he was one that would give these big. I see him giving like hugs, but it was like big bear hugs. Does that make sense? Because he's saying, tell her big bear hug. Oh, bless. Well, yeah, you know, I feel that, yeah, there is a lot to take in with his message, but the core of his message is, one, he's very proud of you. Two, the reason he came in with ebony and ivory was to let you know this was him, because obviously he sang ebony and ivory to you. That's the connection. That's the connection that he came into with you. I would not know that. Nobody else but you would know what that connection was, and that's how spirit work. They'll come in with a connection. Um, the reason he came in at the beginning of your reading is to let you know how proud he was, right? And he's saying, don't give up the singing, don't give up the music. Um, Music is a gift, and if you have it, use it. Don't be afraid to, and music can bring so much joy to other people. Um, I know when my mom used to sing, we would have family gatherings, and every family gathering, somebody always got up to sing, and guaranteed it was my mum or my dad got up to sing. When my dad passed over into spirit, my mum continued the singing. Took her a few months to get back into the singing after he died, but she did continue his singing. And I believe if it wasn't for my parents' love of music, I wouldn't have that love of music as well. And I feel that that's the connection between you and your grampy, that he loved music, and I feel that he passed that love of music down to you. Yeah, and that's why he loves you for everything that you do. He's saying you're a chip off the old block, all right? And he loves that. He loves that you're embracing nature. He loves that you love that, that you're connected to Mother Nature. I feel, and I've told you this before, I feel that your path and my path crossed for a reason. And it's the same with somebody said to me earlier on in the readings tonight, um, I don't know why you keep turning up on my for you page, but you keep cropping up on my for you page, and I don't understand it. chances are I turn up on people's For You page at the times that they usually find that they need somebody to listen to them or whatever. I seem to draw the right people in. Don't get me wrong, I sometimes often draw the wrong people in as well. But that's part and parcel of being a light worker, and I know you know where I'm coming from with that one. The message that Spirit are giving you in your moon card is, remember, no matter what people throw at you in life, don't let pride get in the way of your successes. All right? Sometimes we do that, and it's a full moon in Leo. Leo's the lion. Leo represents courage, bravery, etc. Following our own heart's desire, right? And sometimes people will often judge us for being different. People will often judge us for the things that we do in life, for the things that we feel are important to us. And sometimes we are judged wrongly. And that can leave like a thorn in our side. It's kind of like, that's unfair that you judge me so wrongly. I'm not like that. People, have in the past said a lot of untruths about me without even actually getting to know me. And yes, it can feel unfair, and we can dig our heels in and we can kind of throw the dummy out with the pram and say, hey, no, this is me. And we try everything in our power to let them see the true us, right? Or, to let them see the true me, or to let them see the true you. And it's almost like we have to prove ourselves. And it's almost like an inner pride. Well, how dare you accuse me of being this when I'm anything but that? So, we dig in and we kind of let it get under our skin a little bit, as it were, right? But when we do that, we are working with inner pride. It's like inner pride, how dare you judge me? And, we're on the defensive, right? Whereas in reality, we should look at it another way, in that it's their judgment of us. It's not our judgment of ourselves. We know who we are. We know the type of person we are. We don't have to prove anything to anyone in life. We just have to be. And we just have to carry on our path. Stay in our own lane. And if people want to come in that lane and join and support us on that lane, then yes, we welcome them. But if they're kind of trying to push us off our lane because they don't approve of what we're doing or who we are, or they misjudge us, that's when we can kind of say, no, this is my lane. I'm staying firm to the lane. You can think whatever you want of me. You can judge me however you want or whatever. I won't judge you, so please don't judge me. And if they continue to judge you, you can just let it go. Kind of like, okay, that door is closed, I'm moving on. And it's so better to move on than sort of stand our ground and fight our corner and get all defensive, i.e. letting pride get in the way of just saying, rather than just saying, well, that's your opinion of me, you're entitled to your opinion of me, but I have the right to deny that opinion. Or I have a right to disagree with that opinion, especially if that opinion is wrong. And if they take offence, we walk away. We just leave it at the door. People will judge us if we do, and they'll judge us if we don't. But we should never allow pride to get in the way of that. Well, we should certainly never allow pride to get in the way of our own path. A lot of people say it must be great to be a spiritual advisor or a spiritual medium and a healer or a Reiki master. But it's not all. I love these glasses. Thank you for the glasses. Thank you, Angela, for the goggles. I love them. Um, but you know, we are who we are. We were brought onto this earth for different reasons, right? We're not all the same, and that makes us special. That makes us unique. And if we stay in our own lane and we just continue being us, I always say if you work with love, light, truth, and integrity, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks of you. Because in the end, the right ones will see the right you, the real you. What we should never do is try to be a people pleaser where we are turning away from being who we are and we're trying to be someone else to please other people. Never ever do that, because we're not everybody else, right? There is only one Lady Moonlight. There is only one Dr. Sunshine Fire. There is only one Bluebell. There is only one Joe Boxer. There is only one Joanna. There is only one of everyone, right? And everyone is different. Everyone has their own dreams. Everyone has their own goals. Everyone has their own beliefs, their own lifestyle. And nobody has the right to judge you for doing you, is the message. Keep being you, because you're awesome just the way that you are. Yeah, that's kind of what he's saying. You know, yes, we stand our ground. We stand true for what we believe in. But at the same time, we know when we can't do any more and we walk away, right? There's a point where we can prove ourselves to a certain point. But then if proving ourselves is not working with somebody that we're trying to sort of defend our honour or our pride or whatever, then that's the time to close the door and say, you know what, I'm done. You know, if you don't see me for who the real person that I am, I can do no more for you. And I'll walk on and I'll carry on my path helping the people that need my help. And remember, in this life, people will judge us if we do, and they'll judge us if we don't. So just do, you know, I always say, in this lifetime, it doesn't matter who you are. Love starts with you, starts with me, starts with Dr. Sunshine Fire, it starts with Bluebell. We need to look in the mirror every day and we need to remind ourselves that we are strong, we are beautiful, we are worthy of love, we are worthy of success, right? We are phenomenal, we are extraordinary, right? We are worthy of abundance. We are worthy of love, but we're also worthy to be loved. We respect others, and we should be worthy of respect, etc. When you love yourself unconditionally, that's when that love can be pushed out to others. But if we don't love ourselves, how can we therefore help others to love themselves? We can't. We've got to lead by example. That's why the world needs more light workers like yourself to take the world out of the dark matrix that we are living in and elevate them to the light. Yeah, exactly. Oh, bless. Thank you, everyone, for the roses. Yeah, exactly. And you know, we all have different beliefs. Some believe in paganism, some believe in God, some believe in Buddha, some believe in gods and goddesses, some believe in Jesus, whatever. You know, no way is right and no way is wrong, right? There's no right or wrong way, right? Um, people, you know, people get into wars over religion and beliefs without any reason to do so. Just because one person is pagan and believes in gods and goddesses, and another one believes in Jesus, and another one believes in Buddha, and another one believes in Jehovah or whatever their deity is, doesn't mean to say that I am right, my way is right, and their way is wrong, etc. Right? Your path and your belief is yours alone, right? Wars start to happen when we don't live in harmony with other people's beliefs or other people's religions, etc. Whereas witches and pagans around the world have never said, I'm not want to be friends with him or her because they are Christian. We believe in coexist. Live and let live. You know, respect that everyone believes in different deities. Everyone has the right to believe in their own path, their own belief systems, etc., etc. It's when somebody comes into somebody else's life, for example, maybe a pagan is trying to force somebody who has religious beliefs to turn pagan. We should never ever do that. It's not our place in this world to say you should be this religion, you should have this belief, and you should have this belief. No. We should, each and every one of us, have our own paths, our own beliefs. But at the same time, we should respect that everyone is different, that everyone has their own belief systems, that everyone believes in different things. And that's not a bad thing. And if we can accept everybody's differences and everybody's different beliefs and, you know, understand that we are different, and it's okay to be different. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your belief system is. We are all human. Under the whole universe, whether it's God, Goddess, Buddha, Hindu, whatever, right? Whatever deity we believe in, we are still human beings. Doesn't matter what colour skin we have, doesn't matter what our beliefs is. If we cut ourselves, we all bleed red blood. Right? We're all part of the human family. We are all part of this earth. We share this earth with mankind, with animal kind. We are part and parcel of a whole solar system, universe and earth, sky and earth connected. And there's more to life on this planet. There is a whole realm. There are different planets, different spirit realms, different universal realms, etc., that we know nothing about. And everything is connected. And the world would be a lot better place if we just coexisted. Didn't matter what religion, what faith, what belief system we have. We should all work with love and light and respect for others' differences. We don't have to agree with other people's belief systems, but we still can respect them, and we can still live in an ideal world. We should live side by side. regardless of our differences, in peace and love and harmony, without the added need to understand somebody else's differences. It's not our place to understand other people's differences unless we choose to understand them. But what it is our place is to spread love and light and peace. The world would be a lot better place if we all did that. Sadly, not everybody is like us. Yeah. Do you know, this is why we don't bring religion into the, it's not, it isn't, it's nothing to do with the good and the bad. It's nothing to do with allies. It's nothing to do with religion. It's nothing to do with paganism. It's nothing to do with beliefs. It's, we are all the same. We are all human beings. We all have different ways. We have a different lifestyle, etc., etc. And we all pray in our own way. Just because I'm not Christian doesn't mean say I don't pray. Of course I do, right? I just don't pray to the same God as other people do. And people don't pray to the same gods and goddesses that I do. But that's okay, right? We each have our own path in life. So I know that reading had a lot of meaning for you, Dr. Sunshine Fire, and I'm so glad that your Gramps came through for that reading. Know that he is very, very proud of you. And keep being you, because being you is being awesome. Hello, Kelly. Okay, so we're gonna move on because we still have a few. I'm gonna put Kelly on the readings list as well because we've just got Kelly coming in. So I'm just wanting to confer with Bluebell. I've got Lotus and Light, Rachel, Joe Boxer and Kelly. Have I missed anyone out? Oh, thank you for the swan. We have a beautiful swan. S. Harley, thank you so much for the swan. I love swans. They are absolutely beautiful. Okay. Do we still have Lotus and Light then? Yeah, we still have Lotus and Light. Animal, Moon, Old Faithful or Soul Truth? Soul Truth for Lotus. Let's do the Soul Truth. I can hear the morning birds calling outside. I don't know if anyone else can hear them, but living in a little country village, we get lots of birds. So I'm half expecting Rio to sort of wake up a little bit because he'll hear the birds. He'll hear the birds outside. Okay, let's do some soul truths for Lotus and Light. Lovely to see you again, Lotus and Light, and thank you for being so patient. Alrighty. We have had some absolutely mind-blowing messages today, so thank you to everyone who has gifted, who has liked, who has shared, and who has been part of tonight's readings. For those that have had readings tonight, all depending on if YouTube records the whole thing. YouTube can be a little bit funny. Sometimes it will upload the whole live video, and sometimes if it's a 5-hour video. Oh, we have the jigsaw puzzle piece coming up. I knew that was coming. Verify to continue. Give me a second. There we go. I think after you've been live for a few hours, you get a little jigsaw piece that you have to slide the jigsaw piece into the screen. I don't know why that keeps on coming up. It's probably because I've been on live for a few hours. Alrighty, let's carry on because we do still have a few readings before we finish tonight, and it is 3:30, is it? Yeah, 3:30 already. So let's try and get through these readings. Because we've got Lotus and Light, Joe Boxer and Kelly, we've also got Rachel. Have I missed Rachel out as well? Don't know if Rachel is still here. We will close the list at this point so that we're not carrying on. So the readings list for the time being for tonight is closed, but I am back tomorrow for anyone that hasn't got on tonight's list. Yep, I've got, hello Rachel. Yeah, I've still got you on the list as well, Rachel. In fact, I think Rachel's next because somehow Rachel's place got mixed up with somebody else. So let me just put this list in order. So we're doing Lotus and Light just now. Then we'll do Rachel. Then it's Joe Boxer. And then it's Kelly. And then Bluebell. All right, so we've got, that's the last 4 names on the list tonight, folks. All righty. So, Lotus and Light. Name all the things that you love. Name all the things that you love. Right, now we could name a lot of things, right? So you probably think, oh, right, what are the things that I love? I love flowers, I love singing, I love birds, I love this, I love that, and I love the next thing, right? But when this card is saying name all the things that you love, what's the one thing that should be on the top of that love list that you probably do not put at the top of your list? You. Right? That should be way at the top of all the things that you love in life. Because this card is saying, name all the things that you love. And are you one of them? Are you one of the things that you love? Today's mantra, I give myself all the love and attention that I need. I give myself all the love and attention that I need. When you're a light worker, self-love is important. We can't do anything to help anybody else in this life unless we start loving ourselves unconditionally. I'll look in the mirror every day and I will say I give myself permission to love myself unconditionally, because who I am is who I love. Right? I love everything about me. I love my successes. I love my failures. I love my truth. I love the work that I do. I love the way I dress. I love the different hair colour from everybody else. I love being who I am, etc. Because when we start loving who we are, that's what we push out to the world. And I feel that in the past, Lotus and Light, you loved everyone around you apart from Lotus and Light, right? There was something missing. That it's almost like there was always something missing from your life and you never quite knew what that was, right? And it was maybe because nobody quite understood you. I feel there was a lot of misunderstanding when you were growing up. I'm being told that there was a lot of misunderstanding when you were growing up. You saw the world differently. You believed in different things. And sometimes, you were judged wrongly because of that. Right? Or people, I know that when I was growing up, I was a weird child. I never fitted in to society. I still don't in a lot of ways. But it's not a case that we don't fit in with the world. Right? It's the world is not fitting in with who we are. Right? We fit in with the world. It's others that don't fit in with us. And that's okay. Not everybody is going to understand you. Not everybody is going to see the real you or even understand the real you. But ultimately, and again, this theme seems to be running through tonight's readings for whatever reason. Maybe it's the universe trying to tell us something. But again, self-love has run through all of these readings tonight. And as a starseed and a witch, I can understand that because we live in a 3-dimensional world, right? Which is the matrix. We need to get to the 5th dimension to raise our vibration. When you're at the 5th dimension, you work with love and light. You see everyone as unique light beings, even if they're not. You see truth over illusion. And so it makes sense that the world sees us differently. And that's absolutely okay. We're not meant to be, like everyone in the world. We can't fix everything in the world. But we can lead by example. We can lead by love and light. But to do that, we need to love ourselves unconditionally. So that means letting go of other people's judgments. That means letting go of what other people think about us. It doesn't matter. In the whole scheme of things, it doesn't matter. What matters is what Lotus and Light believes, if that makes sense. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Harley sent a swan gift. It's not that you were ignored, it was a swan gift. And I did at the time thank you for the swan gift. I can acknowledge that S. Harley did send a swan gift. And no, I'm not taking you for a fool. There's a lot of people that send me gifts all of the time. But tonight's readings is corgi gifts. It does state on the readings, and I think Bluebell and our moderators do emphasize the fact that it is corgi readings. So no, I'm not taking anybody for a fool. My readings from Tuesday, Wednesdays, Thursdays and Fridays are all corgi gift readings. They always have been. So I hope that answers the question. Oh, Kelly, you don't feel that you have to give up your spot. You know what? Because Kelly is offering to give up her spot for S. Harley. Do you know, I'm not you know, money, gifts and stuff don't really have that meaning to me, but you know, the fact that Kelly is giving up her place for S. Harley, I'm gonna put S. Harley on tonight's list, but I'm still keeping Kelly on the list as well. So let's put S. Harley. But it is usually a corgi gift to get a reading, but S. Harley is on the readings list. Alrighty. And Kelly, you can still have your reading. It wouldn't be right for a subscriber not to get a reading because somebody gifted a swan instead of, you know, lots of people gift baby foxes or swans or roses or whatever because that's what they do. So I hope that has cleared the air a little bit. Alrighty. So Lotus and Light, it's not that you don't fit in, sweetheart. It's the world that doesn't fit in with you. Alright? You are not doing anything wrong by following your beliefs and your ways. Alright? So keep being you. Other people's judgments of you doesn't matter. Keep shining your light. Keep being in your lane. Right? You being different is a gift. Right? When you're different from everybody else, that's not a bad thing. That's a gift. Treasure that gift. Alright? Not many people have the gift that you have. So other people's opinion, let it go. Doesn't matter. Kelly, no problem. I can give you, let me start off tomorrow's list then. I'll change the page over for tomorrow. Kelly, you are on tomorrow's list then. Not a problem. Alright, let's put Kelly on tomorrow's list. So I'm going to take Kelly off tonight's list. And we'll put S. Harley in Kelly's place. Alrighty. So Kelly, thank you so much for that. Alright, so I've got Rachel, Joe Boxer, S. Harley and Bluebell. So do we still have our Rachel? Thank you, Dr. Sunshine Fire. Merry part till we merry meet again. And thank you for joining me tonight and getting that reading. It's always a delight to see you here. All right, Bluebell, I will put you tomorrow as well. So let's put Kelly and Bluebell for tomorrow's list. Alrighty. So do we still have Rachel? Kelly, you're more than welcome. Yay, we still got Rachel. Rachel, Animal, Moon Card, Soul Truth, or Old Faithful? Moon Card. Let's do Moon Card. Alrighty. I'm glad everybody likes the sparkles tonight. I wanted to add a little bit of sparkle to tonight's live. So I'm so glad everybody likes the sparkles. Okay, let's do moon cards for our Rachel. Okay, it's time to take action, Rachel. All right, and it's a new moon in Aries. It's time to take action. No more sitting on the fence. No more saying, should or should I do it? No more saying, I could do it today, but I'll wait till tomorrow. No more making the plans and saying, well, maybe tomorrow will do. Or, I can do that tomorrow. I don't need to do that today. And then tomorrow comes, do you know what? I can't be bothered doing it today either. I'll just push it aside tomorrow. Right? What if tomorrow never came? Every time we tell ourselves, do you know what? That can wait till tomorrow. Do you know what? My dreams and my goals can wait till tomorrow. It's not important. But I have lived long enough to have seen so many people that say, I can wait till tomorrow. And then when that tomorrow comes, they're not there. It's too late. Because one thing that we can be sure of, we had the past. And we learned lessons from that past. And we have the here and now. We have today. We've got this moment. You know, if you're watching this, we are still very much alive. We are still got time to follow dreams and to do the things that we want to do. But tomorrow is never promised, nor is it guaranteed. So, one thing that I've learned in life, especially from loved ones past and gone, is that we should live in the here and the now, in this moment. And if you've got dreams and goals and plans, don't put them off till tomorrow, because tomorrow's never promised or guaranteed. But we do have this moment. We do have now, in this present time. My father was a very wise man in his time. And he used to say, you've only got one life. You've only got one shot at this life. Yes, you may have many future lifetimes to come. But in this time, in this life, we only get one shot at it. And so many people can miss opportunities by not doing the things that they truly want to do. And we should live every single day as if it was our last day on earth. So if anybody was to say to you, all right, if you were told today, when or you were told when you wake up tomorrow morning, if you were told this is your last day on earth, what would you do? You've got one day to do the things that you truly want to do. One thing, you wouldn't waste a single second, would you? Everything that you ever dreamed of, or everything that you could possibly fit into one day, you would do in that one day if you knew that that was your last day on earth. So why don't we do it now? In this moment, in this time. And that also can include telling the people that are close to us how much they mean to us. Because how many times have we lost somebody to spirit and then said to ourselves, I wish I had told them. I wish I had one more minute to tell them I love them. I wish I had another day or another second or just a few hours more to have told them how much that they mean to me. And every single day I tell my fiance at least once or twice, sometimes more than that, every single day, how much I love him. And yeah, he might be fed up of hearing it. But I know that if my tomorrow never comes, my fiance will never ever have cause to doubt that I loved every part of him. I loved who he was, how he loved me unconditionally as much as I loved him unconditionally. I would have no doubts, and neither would he. And I would have no regrets at the end of my life because I didn't tell him how much I cared about him, or vice versa. And every day we should do that very one thing. Every day we should tell the ones that are closest to us how much they mean to us. And then we should look at our own dreams and goals in this moment, in this time, in this day. And we should work towards them in the here and now. Because tomorrow is never guaranteed, nor is it promised. But we do have here and now. And we should make the most of every day, every moment, every second. So no more sitting on the fence about any decisions that you've been thinking about doing. The time to do them is now, is the message of this card. So I hope that that has meaning for you. Yeah, and you know what? That's a good point. You waste too much time worrying, right? Worry is, that's another lesson and a blessing that I learned through my life. We often spend our days worrying about something that may or may not happen, right? And then we realise the next day that everything worked out absolutely fine and actually there was nothing to worry about. So we wasted a whole day or half a day worrying about something that never even happened. My philosophy in life is live every moment. Don't worry what will happen in the next hour, in the next day, in the next week or whatever. What will be, right? What I do every day, I get up in the morning and I do a to-do list for that day. And I go through that to-do list. I don't worry about what will happen tomorrow or the next day or what will happen during the day, etc. I focus on what I need to do for that day. I don't even look towards next year, next month, whatever. my focus is on what do I have to do today. What I tend to do, especially because I've got my own little business with the Hippie Witch is my little home business, is when I have my days off, which is usually a Saturday and Sunday, but this week it's going to be a Sunday. But when I have my days off, what I tend to do is I do my schedule for the week. What lives I'm doing, what posts I'm doing, etc. And then every day I divide those lives and posts, etc. into a to-do list. And I never look at tomorrow's to-do list. I get up and I look at today's to-do list. And as I go through that list, I tick them off. Yes, I've done that. Yes, I've done that. Yes, I've done that. Because when you're working towards a to-do list, you've not got time to worry about what may or may not happen. What's for you in life will not go by you. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's no point in worrying about something that is or may not happen. But what we can do is we can live every moment, plan our day. So from the time that we get up, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make breakfast. I'm going to do my to-do list today went something like I'm going to get up. I'm going to have my breakfast. I'm going to do a few posts. I'm then going to have some lunch. Then I'm going to do some more posts that I need to do. I maybe have some laundry to do. I maybe have some shopping to do, etc. in between all of that. And then I schedule my lives. That's all I worry about. That's all I focus on is that to-do list. Now, during that day, something else may come in and put a curveball in my way, right? So I could be in the middle of doing a list and I get a phone call or I get a visit or we get visitors, right? It's not the first time I've been ready to jump on a live and we get visitors and I've had to cancel the live at the last minute. But I deal with that when it happens, if and when it happens at the time. I don't worry about, I wonder if I should go live. What if I get a visitor? What if I don't get visitors? That doesn't come into my equation, right? If a visitor comes, they come. If they don't, they don't. I still go through my to-do list and my schedule. And I don't worry about anything else unless it happens. And when it happens, guess what? I'll deal with it when it gets here. But until then, I will just continue doing what I need to do. Planning my day-to-day life. In the here, in the now. Day by day, moment by moment. That way, when I come to the end of my life, which hopefully won't be for a long time yet, but when I come to the end of my life, I have no regrets. Because I didn't wait till tomorrow to do something. I took action today. So it's time to take action. And it's time to follow your dreams and goals. Less worry and more doing. Hello, Gemma. Oh, Rachel, you are more than welcome. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. All right, time's getting on, so I am going to move on. So we've got Joe Boxer and S. Harley. So do we still have our Joe? Rachel, you're so welcome. I'm glad it has meaning for you. No more putting off tomorrow what you can do today. Yay, Joe's here. Animal or angel? Let's go. I would normally go with your angel, but I'm being drawn to the animal. The animal cards are calling. So let's see what the animal cards. which doesn't surprise me, Joe, because you are an animal lover. Joe loves his animals. And I love that. I love that about Joe. You know, anyone that has a heart and a soul and empathy for animals has my stamp of approval. I love animals. My fiance, Free Spirit Moon, is also an animal lover. He adores animals. I'm kind of glad because when I moved in with Free Spirit Moon, these two, well, Rio and his brother Rocky also moved in. So he wasn't just gaining a fiance, he was gaining two birds as well. Oh, bless. Because, you know, that came with the package. That came with my package. He just wasn't getting a fiance. He was getting two parrots. Into the bargain. So, yeah. But you know, he loves them just as much as I do. And that, you know, that says a lot about him. There is so many people in this world that are so cruel to animals, and it's just one of my bugbears. So I always love when we have people that understand that, you know, there's a lot of people in this world that think animals don't have feelings, they don't have souls, but they do. They have feelings, they have souls, they have a heart. And they feel pain just as much as what we do. And, you know, it just, how anyone could mistreat animals is beyond my comprehension. But sadly, we live in a world that is like that. So it's always nice to meet or to have friends who are animal lovers like myself. He's not quite sleeping, he's just turning his back on us. He's actually looking out the window at the birds outside. Rio likes to look and watch at the birds outside the window, so he's fascinated with the birds singing outside the window. Cougar, and the cougar is bringing you confidence. All right, cougar is all about confidence. The cougar does not hold back in anything. Even when cougar is hunting, cougar will stalk his prey, and he can stalk his prey for absolutely hours. And he's confident that when he stalks his prey, that he will get exactly what it is wanting. Be bold and take charge is cougar's message. So when cougar is coming into your reading, he's saying sometimes we have to take life by the horns and just go with it, just run with it. Sometimes we just, you know, have to make difficult decisions in life. And sometimes those decisions aren't easy ones to take. And sometimes they can be scary, especially if we're going to try something new, right? Or we're looking at different options in our lives. That can be really scary. But cougar reminds us that, you know, anything can happen at any particular time in our lives. Even with cougars, right? They can stalk their prey for hours and attack when they feel that the timing is right. But they don't always get their timing right. But that doesn't mean to say they don't stop trying. That doesn't mean to say, oh, because they missed their prey one time, then they're going to give up. It just makes them more determined. And it makes them more confident. And that's what happens with us in life as well. Sometimes we get battered and bruised along life's way. We can go through suffering, we can go through pain, we can go through heartache and loss, as well as the joys in life. But for every trial and tribulation that we go through, it makes us that little bit more stronger. And with strength comes confidence, right? Because when you overcome a multiple amount of obstacles in your life and you're still standing at the end of it, right? You have not only been strong enough and courageous enough to see life through to its fullest, but because you're still standing, you've got the confidence. If you've overcome this much in life, the rest is a breeze. So why shouldn't you go forward in life with built up confidence and more self-esteem? It's one thing that I gained when I left abuse and bullying behind. 50 years of abuse and bullying behind. I left all of that behind. But it made me the person I am today. And I never gave up. And because I never gave up, I have more confidence now that there, if I can overcome 50 years of crap in my life, then whatever's coming my way in the future is nothing compared to what I've already been through. So I know that I'm more equipped and more able and stronger now than I ever have been to be able to be confident enough to say, it doesn't matter what life throws at me now. I'll deal with it when it gets here, and I'm going to have the confidence to live the rest of my life the way I want to live it. And that's what Cougar's message is for you tonight, Joe. Live your life to the fullest. Take every opportunity that comes your way and do so with confidence. Don't second guess it. Don't think about it. Just go ahead and do it with confidence and belief that whatever you put your hand to, whatever you put your mind to, you're going to achieve in every way possible. I hope that one has meaning for you. Thank you so much for the roses, Joe. Oh, Joe, you're more than welcome. Cougar, I love when Cougar comes in because it kind of reminds us of the inner strength that we each and every one of us has inner strength. We just need to believe in that inner strength. So I'm like you. I love Cougar. Cougar is one of my favourites out of the animal packs that come in because it does remind us that we have inner confidence. We just have to dig deep to build that confidence up. But every one of us, no matter what we've been through, is capable of rebuilding our confidence and self-esteem, even if we've been through the worst of wars or battles in our life. All right, so we're finally on to the last reading of the night, which is S. Harley. So do we still have S. Harley? Yep, S. Harley is the last one on my list because I've got yourself, Bluebell, and Kelly for tomorrow. You're more than welcome. What card would you like? We've got Animal, Moon, Old Faithful, or Soul Truth. Soul Truth for S. Harley. Let's do Soul Truth. Okay. We have had one busy night tonight, but it's been lovely to see so many new faces, so many new people coming through. I would love dearly to... Oh, we have one that flew out of the deck. That one was definitely meant for you. Let me see if you can get it. There we are. All right, Spirit have chosen the card for you. It's not very often they fly it to the floor, but sometimes it happens. So let's go with this card that's flew out the deck. Does my life have room for more pleasure or play? Does my life have room for more pleasure or play? And the card's message: in what areas are you lacking pleasure right now? Maybe in certain relationships or with work. Is it possible to shift the seriousness of life to experiencing a more creative, wild and playful side of you? Today's soul action: what would happen if you added more play and laughter into your life? What area is lacking that right now? Take time to play. Let go of any need to produce or do anything. Do you know, I love this card because when I look at other people in life, you know, they're 9 to 5 working, then they come home, then they have the dinner, then they put the kids to bed, then they get up in the morning and they do the whole thing all over again. But the last thing that they do is enjoy life. And usually when they have days off, instead of taking those days to enjoy the things that make them happy, they're busy doing the things that they probably didn't have much time to do while they were working. You know, I used to know a lady, she used to work 12 hours most days. And on her days off, rather than going and enjoying something that she would really like to do, like going to the cinema or going out for lunch with friends or whatever, she would spend the whole weekend off doing housework that she couldn't do during the week. Or, you know, she would say, well, I can do bits and bobs while I'm coming home from work, but I like to give the whole house a really good clean at the weekend. And then she might do a whole day's cleaning, and then Sunday she's too tired to do anything, so she just puts her feet up. But if we're not making space in our life to have fun and to enjoy life, then we're missing the very best of life. When you look at a child takes life in its stride. It's too busy looking at butterflies or enjoying, you know, exploring the world, right? When I was young, I loved just sitting in the garden, making daisy chains, chasing butterflies, or just watching the birds, or playing hide and seek, or just basically having fun. Children know naturally that having fun makes it for a far better day and a less stressful day than just being bored and twiddling our fingers and doing like work or our chores or whatever, right? As kids, yes, we probably had our own share of chores to do around the house, but playtime was our time, right? That was our time when we would have fun. Then we get to the teenage years, right? We leave school and we're out partying with friends. Then we get a little bit older and we maybe settle down with a husband or a wife or a kid or 2 or 3. And suddenly fun goes out the window and the serious crap comes in and we forget to have fun. But what if we decided, that, you know what, I'm fed up with the seriousness of it. We're going to work from Monday to Friday because we have to. But on our days off, we're going to do things that we want to do. So if we want to go to the cinema, we'll go to the cinema. If we want to go scuba diving, we'll go scuba diving. Right? If we want to do a special hobby or whatever, we'll do that. If we want to sing and dance, we'll do that as well. I always make time in my day to do the things that I love. I love music, so I'll make time in the day to either listen to music, to play music, or even to sing. That's my to-do thing. Often I meditate as well. I like socialising with Free Spirit Moon, my other half. So sometimes we go out for dinner. Sometimes we go out for day trips. We go out walk in the woods, or we go, we plan a day out somewhere. So we get up early in the morning and we go out for the whole day and we come back at night. But we're making the most of our days. We're making the most of our life. And we're making sure that we live our lives to the fullest. And not everybody can say that. You'd be surprised at how many times I've read this card for people and I'll say to them, when's the last time you had fun? Real fun. When's the last time you didn't have a care in the world and you just went out with friends or family and you just had fun? Probably not in a long time. Yeah, and nursing is a hard job, and it is. Sometimes it's so hard to switch off, especially when it's nursing. And I get that. I worked 15 years as a carer for autistic adults. And a lot of our managers had certain things. You can't do this, you can't do that with them, or you can't do the next thing. And you have to help them through their chores. And a lot of the autistic adults that I work with, the last thing they wanted to do was chores, right? They didn't want to make the bed. They didn't want to help make their meals or be independent or whatever. But I would add an element of fun in it. If they liked music, I would say, okay, let's put your music on while you make your bed. Let's put the music on while we make your dinner. Let's put your favourite radio station on while you do this. You get them then to do their tasks that they need to do, and they enjoy the tasks even more because they're listening to music as they do it. So I was adding in an element of fun, and some of my colleagues would turn around and say, how did you get X, Y, or Z to do that? We can't get them to do that. And yet every time you go and work with them, they're able to do their bed, they're able to make their dinner, they're able to do this. What is it that you're doing that we're not? And I'll simply say I'm adding a little bit of element of fun. And everyone can do that no matter what type of line of work that they are in, whether it's nursing, whether it's whatever. I had a friend who was a nurse, and she loved just sitting sometimes for 5-10 minutes with the patients and just listening to their stories. Having time to spend with their patients was her thing. And the patients loved her for it. And the patients loved telling their story, but their story brought joy to my friend as well, who is working as a nurse in these wards. And often she would say, the beautiful stories that I hear on my rounds when I'm doing the nursing and stuff, and the smiles that I get when they're telling their stories, and we'll have a laugh together, we'll have a giggle, and it kind of helps to melt their illnesses or their worries away, just for, even if it's just for a few moments. So bring in some fun even into our work can help not just us, but the people around us as well. Hello, delightful. Unfortunately, art is closed for tonight, but I am back tomorrow night. I wish I could read for everyone every time I come on, but I've been reading since 10:30 p.m. UK time, and it is now 4:15 a.m. And of course, my moderators have been working alongside me as well. So we do have to close the list at certain times. But I am back tomorrow night doing more gift readings for those that didn't manage to get on tonight's readings. S. Harley, I hope your reading has meaning for you. You know, yes, I feel that you do love your job, but you can also bring a little bit of fun into your job, not just for you, but for your patients and maybe for your colleagues as well. We often take life way too seriously. And some people, especially when people are sick, I've worked with many sick people. I'm a healer. And sometimes I'll sit with them and listen to their problems. I'll give them advice. And then sometimes, you know, if it's in person, person to person, then we'll sit with a cup of tea and put the world to rights and have a few giggles and laughs and tell a few stories and a few jokes along the way. And it makes them feel so much better. Bluebell will tell you there are times where Bluebell's had a really crappy day, and then she'll get me on the other side of the phone. Hi, sister, how are you today? Guess what happened to me? And I'll tell her this funny story about cows and bulls chasing all over the place. Before she knows it, Bluebell's day has rapidly changed from a boring, mundane day to practically wetting herself, laughing and having fun. And you know, there's a lesson right there that it doesn't matter how bad our day or how tough our day can be, bringing in an element of fun and play and lightheartedness and positivity can make the difference between a crappy day and a positive day at the end. So I hope that has helped. Yeah, every day I do a card of the day on TikTok and on Facebook as well. So if you follow me on my profile, you will see every day I do a card of the day. Sometimes I do little thoughts of the day as well. I am back on tomorrow, which is Wednesday. So I'm doing gift only cards tomorrow, which is corgi gift for a 1 card reading, or subscribers get a 1 card reading free. Corgi gift readings on Thursday and Friday, and then on Saturday we will have a spiritual event as well. I haven't quite decided what we're going to be doing on Saturday, but I'll let you know nearer the time. But for the rest of the week, on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, 10:30 p.m. UK time, which is 4:30 p.m. CST time, round about 3:30 p.m. USA other times. That's when I'm normally coming live to do my readings. But I do cards of the day, thoughts of the day, etc., both on TikTok profile and on Facebook. You'll find my Facebook group link on my website in my bio. You'll also find me on YouTube as well. So all my social media links are on my website, which is in my bio here on TikTok. So for now, I want to thank everyone who's joined me tonight for tonight's readings. Thank you to Bluebell and for Dr. Sunshine Fire, who have done an amazing job behind the scenes with moderating, etc., etc. Thank you to everyone who has received the readings tonight. Thank you to all the gifters, to all those who have shared, followed, liked, and for all your beautiful comments tonight. It means so much to me. So from me and little Rio in the corner, have a great Wednesday morning if you're here in the UK, or if you're in the USA. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday evening, and I look forward to seeing you on Wednesday evening for another gift only card readings. Till then, love and blessings everyone. See you all tomorrow. Good night everyone. Love and blessings.